And we are live. Volume on that. I'm just looking at a couple things real quick. Now I was actually fucking typing. Skip it. And we shall see just how painful this is going to get. I'll give it a few minutes to see anybody's going to show. And we will get this rolling. I'm just looking through some stuff. It's really screwed up how people will pop up on a freaking stream sometimes. Or not on this, on something else. There are some very weird individuals on this planet. Some very weird individuals. Trying to figure out why the hell this person was popping up on something of mine, and I have no freaking idea. Because they definitely ain't running in the same circles as me. Let me get away from that because that's freaking making my head hurt too bad. Very much, very much. Let's see. What's up, guys? I was just picking through some stuff real fast, trying to get something else squared, which I think it's squared now, so we'll see. Let's see, screw it. We're going to go ahead and roll this. I don't know. We won't get through this whole thing tonight, guys, but it'll probably end up being the subject or the topic of like the next two share the pain streams. I think I'm going to try to keep them on Sunday nights because right now I don't see a whole lot of people that I follow that are actually streaming anything. So this is kind of my kick off the week, I guess. All right, let's get rolling.
The subcommittee on the Constitution will come to order.
And that kills me already. These sons of bitches are the subcommittee on the Constitution.
I want to thank my colleagues for attending. I know it's a busy day, and thanks particularly to the ranking member, Senator Cruz, for being here. I know you're in the midst of a Rules Committee markup. 2 weeks ago, the subcommittee had its first hearing.
Hey, no problem, Jeff, man. I appreciate you guys showing up for this freaking shit show.
On constitutional and common sense steps to prevent gun violence, focusing on extreme risk order, red flag statutes. We're here this morning after a weekend of hundreds of deaths and injuries in 72 hours across the country to explore another step to prevent gun violence, restrictions on the deadly proliferation of ghost guns.
Yeah, Blumenthal is a definite asshat.
At President Biden's direction, the Department of Justice and ATF have issued a proposed rule to close the ghost gun loophole and stop the spread of these deadly firearms. This step is historic, it's commendable, it's critical, but the rule must be made permanent.
Yeah, and remember the ATF's coming out with their freaking stuff for what this summer with the TAPS Act. You'd have to refresh my memory on the TAPS Act, brother. If it's something we need to look at or something you guys want to get into, we can do it.
And until it is made irreversible with legislative action, it can always be reversed by another president, which is why we're holding this hearing today and why I am reintroducing the Untraceable Firearms Act with Representative Cicilline of Rhode Island on the House side to close this loophole once and for all. There is nothing ghost-like about ghost guns. They look like guns, they shoot like guns, they kill like guns.
Yes, this guy was actually trying to make an intelligent point and he failed fucking miserably. Ghost guns are definitely real guns. Oh, God. Yeah, this one's going to get rough.
They are guns, except under federal law.
No, they are guns under federal law, you asshat. They are just not serialized firearms. HR 838. Yeah, I think I have seen something about that, Jeff.
They are becoming the preferred instruments for criminals and violent extremists, the fastest growing gun violence menace in the nation.
Hey, we should make a game out of this. Every time they mention extremist, white supremacist, I can't just say ghost gun because we'd all be fucking die from alcohol poisoning. But yeah, every time they say something like extremist or white supremacist, you guys need to drink.
Only under current federal ATF regulation is the statutory definition treating them not like guns. Behind me are two pictures of guns. One is a standard gun. One is a ghost gun.
What is a non-standard gun? That's another thing I'm dying to know from this fucking moron. Too bad I can't show shit on stream. I just pull shit out and start racking. Fuck me, man. Everybody got everything around them unloaded and out of the way where you can't reach it at least to shoot your computer.
I challenge you to tell the difference between them.
Show the picture.
A ghost gun is, in fact, fully functional as a firearm. It can be made at home using do-it-yourself gun-making
Damn right, Bill.
kits or a 3D printer.
Yeah, that's about the whole argument here. Yeah, the one without the numbers on it, it just makes it an automatic death machine because the government can't track it. Like you can't remove serial numbers off a firearm in the first place. You could literally remove the serial numbers off most firearms with a fucking rock. Oh, yeah, man. Okay, so you're right.
This frame.
The Chevron deference, giving all that power to these freaking alphabet agencies is exactly why they leave this shit as you know, open as they do. That way they got more room to run.
In a so-called jig was made by a 3D printer. can be made by anyone, drilling holes to make it functional, and then parts can be bought in a gun store or elsewhere.
Yeah, I would really love to see it. If I was a Republican in this hearing, I would have bought a bunch of kits. I would have spent money with JSD Supply like it was going out of style and put a kit in front of every one of these sons of bitches during the hearing and said, if these things are so easy to build, you all build them. And let's see who can make one that actually functions.
It becomes a firearm capable of killing, injuring, and doing as much damage as any firearm bought in a store, except it has no serial number, it is untraceable, and often undetectable.
This is another thing that bugs me about this. How are they undetectable? They have metal parts, metal slides, metal barrels, springs, metallic ammunition. How are they undetectable, you moron?
The kinds of kits that produce that firearm contain a, quote, unfinished frame or receiver, the key building block regulated under federal law and normally subject to background checks and serial number requirements. Unfinished is really a smokescreen. Ghost guns are intentionally designed, marketed, and sold.
So I would like to see that douchebag mill that trigger pocket and put a gun together. I would love to see him try to build the AK I just built.
To require as little technical expertise, time, and effort as possible to assemble. All one has to do is to finish this core part by drilling a few additional holes. Some sellers even supply the exact drill bits as part of their kit, alongside the rest of the components needed to make a functional firearm.
Because we all know you couldn't just go to a hardware store and get drill bits. Them damn things are going to have to be regulated. I'm sick of these unregulated, unserialized drill bits making all these guns.
It is purposefully that easy because the frames and receivers in these kits are, in quotes, unfinished. None of the normal federal gun laws apply. No background checks, no licensing, no serial numbers, nothing. And since these kits are unregulated, anyone can purchase them. Minors, convicted felons, anti-government extremists, violent white supremacists, foreign terrorists. Fair game for all of them. No checks, no regulation. They are, in fact, fast becoming the weapon of choice, costing as little as a few $100s and taking an hour to assemble with YouTube tutorials.
Now remember, they just attacked YouTube and wrote YouTube a letter, and he's one of the ones who wrote the letter, trying to get them to wipe out any sort of videos where people are showing 80% builds. Marine Gun Builder just shut down all his stuff as far as YouTube goes. I don't know whether he's up anywhere else. But yeah, they're pushing hard at this stuff right now. And you guys remember what 2 streams ago? Yeah, for the original Share the Pain stream, we went over the stuff with the TSA. There's already a bill in the House right now to basically do everything they were talking about in that hearing. So I'm surprised no more stuff has popped up with this, but there are some gun bills out there right now about ghost guns. I covered one, not too long back. It was probably in the mid-20s on my paper cut stream.
The number of ghost guns is surging. The number seized, the number used in crimes, the number manufactured, all are skyrocketing. And at this rate, they will make a mockery of all other common sense gun safety steps.
You guys remember when this was all gun control, and then a couple of years ago they changed this to common sense gun safety shit. So every time he mentions common sense gun safety, you guys already know it's about gun control, and these are a bunch of asshats. But yeah, Casey, they're talking about, yeah, these people know nothing about these things. They know nothing about building firearms. This guy couldn't even disassemble a Glock. And they're using this false ass argument. Well, it's just too easy to make these things. Well, all right, where do you draw the line at too easy? Because they wanted it put it like basically you couldn't call something an unfinished frame or receiver if it could be finished in 8 hours in a fully functional machine shop. These guys are so full of shit, man.
They will render meaningless background checks and other common sense regulation that now apply to make America safer.
And see, that's one of his whole points there. It's going to basically, these things render gun control useless. And he's right to a point. It does, because gun control in and of itself is absolutely useless. So, but every one of his points, when you listen to him, is all about control. It's about monitoring. It's about tracking. It's about knowing where these guns are at. Fucking people, man.
Last March, news outlets started reporting that the do-it-yourself ghost gun kits were, quote, flying off the shelves, and that manufacturers were, quote, reporting widespread back orders and shipping delays due to a pandemic buying surge.
Now, what all was going on when this surge in buying kits was going on? Let me see. Antifa, BLM, COVID, more threats from asshats like this to actually outlaw guns. Wonder why there was a surge in people like me wanting unserialized firearms. And yeah, Bill, it's going to come down to, confiscation. If these guys have their way, yeah, they'd be knocking on everybody's damn doors.
Quote, we have no really reliable metrics about these ghost guns because they have no serial numbers, they're unregulated, and there's no reliable count on how many are manufactured and sold. The most reliable metric we have concerning the number of ghost guns, in fact, in our communities is the number recovered by law enforcement. These numbers represent just a snapshot, but they are staggering, and the trend is alarming. Right here in DC, ghost gun recoveries skyrocketed from 116 in 2019 to over 280 in 2020. And the story is the same in almost every other jurisdiction. We're going to hear more about that trend from.
And something to watch with this, they make no distinction in between a firearm that was built without a serial number and a firearm that's had its serial number removed. Just for one thing, real quick, hell, I went through a stream, not a stream, but a video a while back. I went through over 3,000 pages of documents for seized firearms and found 6 P80s. I found more Browning or more Barrett 50 cals on that list than I found of Polymer 80 handguns.
Attorney General Shapiro and Commissioner Harrison in just a few minutes. Last May, 60 Minutes reported that at least 38 states and the District of Columbia have seen criminal cases involving ghost guns, including mass shootings, police shootouts, gang busts, terrorism, and white supremacist extremism. In Connecticut, police have recently seized ghost guns in narcotics investigation, traffic stops, and home invasion. In Hartford, in recent years, police have seized roughly 10 ghost guns per year. And just last fall, police arrested a suspect in possession of a ghost gun
in
connection with a shooting in East Hartford. Guns without a serial number recovered at the scene of a crime are untraceable.
And think about this. One, it's easy to remove a serial number. Any freaking chimpanzee could do it with a rock. But two, even when they have a serial number, who is that serial number going to lead to? It's only going to lead to the person who actually filled out the first 4473 for that gun. After that, that gun could go anywhere. It's another reason they're trying to attack person-to-person sales right now on a lot of the bills too.
Without a serial number, law enforcement can't trace that gun to a seller or to a shooter. Ghost guns make criminal investigations difficult, and if there are no other leads, impossible to solve. As a result, those criminals are never apprehended, let alone prosecuted.
And see, that's a damn lie. Most of the time, when you find a gun at a crime scene, it is normally in possession of the criminal who had the gun. That's how most gun crimes are actually solved. Not to mention fingerprint evidence, because the last person handling that gun more than likely left their little piggy prints all over it. And some of these idiots, they've actually tracked them because when they were loading bullets into the magazine, they were leaving thumbprints on every single round they put in. So they picked up the brass, printed it, ta-da, here's moron who did this shooting. Fucking idiots, man.
Or convicted. One last staggering statistic. From January 1, 2016 through March 4th, 2021, ATF attempted to trace 23,946 privately manufactured firearms, ghost guns. Out of those nearly 24,000 attempts, only 151 could be completed. That's less than 1%.
And it's the same if I remove a serial number from a firearm, which more than likely a lot of the guns he's talking about right there. What's up, Bacon? A lot of the guns he was talking about right there were guns that had their existing serial numbers removed in the first place. There's a matter of fact, there's another bill that just hit. And there, I'm not going to get to it anytime soon since I'm going oldest to newest when I cover these bills. But one of them, they actually want another serial number on the firearm somewhere like underneath the frame, somewhere that's not visible to the outside. Like people couldn't go in and remove that one too. Yeah, okay, so I mean, that serial number on these guns is only going to trace the frame. So if they're parting out the frames or parting out the guns and selling barrels and slides and all that stuff, yeah, they might have the frame. The rest of the gun's gone.
That could mean, very simply, that 24,000 murders, assaults, armed robberies, and other crimes go unsolved. There is no reason, none, to treat ghost guns differently than any other gun. They look like a gun, they shoot like a gun, they kill like a gun.
They're not treated any differently than any other gun. Every rule that applies to a manufactured firearm applies to something like this that was privately manufactured. Every single rule. Just because this doesn't have a serial number on it doesn't mean that this is somehow outside of any kind of gun laws. It's not the way this works. He desperately is in need of pistol whipping. Desperately. Preferably with the biggest, heaviest pistol you could possibly find.
They should be treated as guns, and I invite both sides of the aisle, my colleagues on both sides, to support the Untraceable Firearms Act to close this loophole permanently. And I now turn to the ranking member.
Yeah, Bill, most of the crooks out there on the street are definitely smarter than these politicians, even though these politicians are worse crooks than most criminals out on the street. These guys have all their crimes backed up by the guns that the federal government owns. And they damn near have a monopoly on that violence. But listen to how weak this Republican is when he starts talking about this shit. I would have laughed that other cat out of the damn room by now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses who are here today. Last Friday.
Oh shit! I forgot this was Ted Cruz. Yeah, and what kills me about this, and you'll see what happens here in a minute. It's all about him getting his little freaking one clip, and then he's out to do another hearing.
The Biden administration published proposed regulations to significantly expand the regulation of firearms in this country. That proposed regulation in this hearing both focus on so-called ghost guns. It's a name that is intended to scare people. It's designed to make people think that certain firearms are more dangerous than others, that certain firearms are beyond the reach of current law. That's nonsense. It's simply not the case. The so-called ghost guns that we're talking about are nothing but homemade firearms. There's nothing special about them. There's nothing weird about them. But advocates of
okay, poltergats. That's what we ought to start calling them, man. Poltergats. I got my poltergat, motherfucker.
Aggressive gun control rely on ignorance to scare people. Homemade firearms aren't any more dangerous than any other firearms. And for all relevant purposes, homemade firearms are treated like any other firearm under the law. If a person commits a crime with a homemade gun, they will be prosecuted just the same as anyone else. If a felon makes a homemade gun, he's a felon in possession of a firearm and will be prosecuted.
Now, he is making some good points here. I would have gone quite a bit more aggressively at this, but he is making some good points. And that statement right there will come into play just a little bit later in this hearing. If a felon orders a P80 kit, gets a frame, YouTube, this isn't a gun, this just barrel slide, all that. And they, as soon as they finish the frame out, they're a felon in possession of a firearm. They don't even have to have everything all together.
If a person knowingly sells a homemade firearm to a criminal, that person has committed a crime and will be prosecuted. Chairman Blumenthal observed that, quote, "We have no reliable metric as to any connection between crime and homemade firearms." That's another way of saying there are zero data, no evidence whatsoever that this is contributing to crime at all. This is a made-up problem. And yet here we are having a congressional hearing pretending that so-called ghost guns are a major issue. They aren't. And I look forward to the next hearing of this subcommittee on Civil War replica cannons.
I would like a Civil War replica cannon. I don't know about you guys, but those are legal to own, by the way. As a matter of fact, as long as it is a muzzle loading cannon, you can build your own cannons. Something that is possibly going to happen to someone I know very, very well sometime shortly. If I can actually get the work completed.
And how dangerous those are as well. If we want to have a hearing on gun violence, there are real topics to discuss. Gun violence and violent crime is a real problem in this country. It's not the made-up problem of ghost guns, but in 2020, gun violence soared to rates not seen in 20 years, with over 19,000 people killed by homicides and unintentional death, not including suicides. Time magazine reported that gun violence surged in the city of Chicago in 2020, with shooting incidents increasing by over 50% and homicides by 55% when compared to 2019.
Hell yeah, dude. If you got a 10-pounder, rock and roll, man. Mine's going to have a 2-inch bore, so whatever I can shove in a 2-inch bore.
New York, the 2020 murder rates increased by 37.3% and by 37.5% in Philadelphia compared to 2019 rates. These cities, of course, all have things in common. They're all run entirely by Democrats. They all have strict gun control measures that criminals don't follow. Law-abiding citizens are disarmed, the criminals are not, and the deaths follows accordingly. And they're also all epicenters of the Democrats' radical push to defund the police. This committee has confirmed one senior official at the Department of Justice who's advocating defunding the police, and this committee is preparing to move forward on a second senior official at the Department of Justice who's advocating defunding the police. If Democrats want to stop gun violence, let's have a hearing on how the move to defund the police is causing more homicides. Let's have a hearing on how gun control proposals are making people more vulnerable to violent crime and how they failed the big city Democrat cities. That actually would be a hearing focused on crime and stopping it, and not instead a made-up topic of ghost guns.
And in case said it right there too. Let's focus on the reason people are actually committing these crimes, instead of just focusing on a tool that is used during some of these crimes. That would be something that would be helpful. Solutions that would solve a problem without depriving people of their rights is what we need to focus on. Instead of depriving law-abiding people of their rights just so you can get an extra charge or two on someone that you're going to prosecute for a crime that should be in prison for a very long time in the first place. All right, let's think about this rationally. Damn, dude, if you hit a full-size van at a half mile, oof, 10 pounds? Yeah. Dude, video that shit next time.
We already know that homemade guns are not a problem in terms of actually being involved in violent crime. When the Department of Justice surveyed criminals to ask how they obtain firearms used in crimes, not a single one appears to have said that he made his own weapon. Hear that again. The Department of Justice asked violent criminals, where'd you get their guns? 0 said it was a so-called ghost gun. 43% of criminals got their firearms from underground markets. 6% stole them, and 25% of them obtained them from an individual. So why are we talking about this made-up issue? It's simple. Democrats don't want to address the consistent, proven, empirical failure of gun control laws. They don't work, and they make crime worse. But they also want to scapegoat law-abiding citizens, the hobbyists who make homemade guns, who are not committing crimes. They want to scapegoat them. But the real issue is in something Chairman Blumenthal made several references to. He referred to these guns as untraceable. And that term was meant to be ominous. That's what this is all about. The Democrats on this committee want to trace every firearm in America. They want a registry of every firearm in America. They want a government list of what guns there are, who owns them, how many they own them, and inevitably, when you see countries enact registries of firearms, the next step is confiscation, and numerous Democrats on this committee have advocated for confiscating firearms. At home, Heidi and I own firearms. There is no government list of the firearms we own, and I'm very glad there's no government list of the firearms we own.
Oh, but there is a government list. If you've got a 4473, yep. And that's why the ATF changed the 4473 to where all the information is on one side of that 4473. That way they can scan it easier. That way their agents can go to a gun shop, like has been reported in the last while, to where, hey, let me see all your 4473s, and then they just start scanning everything right there. Yeah.
We have an amendment in the Bill of Rights, the Second Amendment, that protects the right to keep and bear arms. This hearing is not about some real threat that's producing violent crime. There is zero data to back up that this made-up phantom of ghost guns poses a real threat. Chairman Blumenthal wants to target violent crime. I would encourage him to join Senator Grassley and me in the Grassley-Cruz legislation that I introduced 9 years ago, targeting violent criminals, going after them, improving the background check system, improving the database, prosecuting felons and fugitives who lie, trying to illegally buy a firearm. And I would note that when Grassley-Cruz was voted on the Senate floor in 2013 in the Democratic Senate, it got 52 votes on the Senate floor. It got 9 Democrats who voted in favor of it. The most bipartisan support of any of the comprehensive legislation. And the reason Grassley-Cruz didn't pass is Senate Democrats, including all 3 of the senators on the Democratic side of the aisle here today, voted against it and filibustered it, blocked real legislation targeting violent crime. Why? Because the objective instead is to target law-abiding citizens.
Because it's not about crime, it's about control. It's not about stopping the criminals. It's about controlling people. Is it just me, or would everyone else like to see that chick sitting behind Ted Cruz without that mask?
That does nothing to stop crime, but it does a great deal to undermine our constitutional rights. I will note, finally, that as Chairman Blumenthal observed, there's a Rules Committee markup on legislation, S1 legislation many of us are referring to as the Corrupt Politicians Act. I'm going to spend the rest of the day in that Rules Committee markup, introducing and pressing a number of amendments. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be here as ranking member. Senator Lee has very graciously agreed to participate in the hearing in my stead while I'm in the Rules Committee hearing. Thank you.
Before you leave, Senator Cruz, I might just take this occasion to correct a couple of the misrepresentations.
Oh, it would be very hard not to just pistol whip that cat at that point.
Just said, first of all, so far as I know, no member of this committee and members of the Senate on this side of the aisle are in favor of defunding the police.
Now, this is what kills me about some of this shit with the defund the police, which I'm pretty cool with. I think there are a lot of great police officers. I think there are more asshat police officers than there are great police officers. So I'm pretty cool with defunding a lot of it. But these Democrats talk about this shit like there's not evidence that they've all been behind the Black Lives Matter Antifa movements to defund the police. And they just play it off like, no, that shit never happened. We never said that. You're so silly. Fucking numbnuts, man. I swear to God.
Is a massive distortion. Second, my comment about metrics was about sales. There are no reliable metrics on sales. There are clear metrics that link ghost guns to crime, and that is the point. On traceability, yes. You'll hear from law enforcement, or you would if you stayed, about the importance of tracing guns involved in crimes, in solving crimes, and putting criminals behind bars. Nobody on this committee, on this side of the aisle, wants to confiscate guns from law-abiding citizens. And as you well know, there happens to be an amendment in the Constitution that would, under the present Supreme Court interpretation, forbid it. I'm going to ask my Democratic colleague.
Senator Blumenthal, if I could briefly ask a question. You just said.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Blumenthal is on a bill that would repeal every section of law that would stop a full-on gun registry. And he's sitting there talking about like, oh, no, that'll never happen. Never happen. No, you could be being silly. Fucking numbnuts, man. Oh, boy. Man, yeah, Case is right there, too. I mean, if they fix the problems, how would they divide us? I mean, it's like all the shit they're talking about with race in this that's going to come up in the next little bit. If they didn't push race, how would they stop all the rest of us from actually realizing that we're all human beings and we're all involved in this shit?
A moment ago, that no Democrat favors abolishing the police. If that were the case, why did every single Democrat vote to confirm Vanita Gupta, a nominee for the number 3 position at the Department of Justice, who said last year in writing, in written testimony before this Senate, advocated abolishing the police? And she was confirmed by 1 vote. Every single Democrat was the necessary vote to confirm a radical who advocated abolishing the police. And just this week, we're taking up Kristen Clark, another radical who has last year in testimony before the Senate advocated abolishing the police. If you don't support abolishing the police, why do you keep voting for nominees who advocate abolishing the police?
As you well know, Senator Cruz, that is a complete distortion of their positions. We're not here to talk about those nominees. If you want to stay.
Oh, no. Let's not talk about their positions on anything. Just go away. Just go away. Go to your hearing. Quit bringing up good points. Yeah, we don't want to talk about that. And that's not even the bad part, guys. Biden is actually approving or getting more judges on circuit courts and on federal courts than Trump ever thought about getting on. And they are all anti-gun leftists. He's put hundreds on the courts. Their nomination schedule right now is insane, and they're just popping them out and pumping them over to the courts.
We can do it at the end of the hearing, but right now we're going to move on. I turn to my Democratic colleagues if either of them have any opening statements. Senator Feinstein.
Senator Cruz, Mr. Chairman, asserts that ghost guns are not a problem. I like to disagree. They've been used in school and workplace shootings, to attack police officers, in mass shootings, including 3 in California. In 2013, Santa Monica shooter opted to order parts to build his own gun after failing a background check. This is the kind of thing that happens. He went on to shoot over 100 rounds, killing 5 people.
Yes, and he could have just as easily got that gun off the street. If he had failed a background check, why did he fail the background check? If he went through a background check and he was a felon, 1, he's a moron, but 2, if he came back as a felon on a background check, he would have had to have lied on a 4473. And if that was the case, why was he not in jail for lying on a 4473? Because that could put you in prison if you are a felon and lie on a 4473.
And wounding several others. I just wanted to make that reference in response to the comments.
Thank you very much, Senator Feinstein. In deference to Senator Lee, who's taking over as ranking member, I would be perfectly happy to have an opening statement, and then we'll go to Senator Durbin.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Most Americans watching this hearing, if in fact there are any Americans watching this hearing, and why wouldn't they be interested in it, of course, but they might be wondering what in the world are ghost guns. The phrase certainly does sound rather ominous. It sounds rather dangerous. I think it's intended to. Maybe like something straight out of a young person's video game.
Daughter's waking up.
Ghost gun. It's a vague and intentionally scary sounding term that's been designed by gun control activists to describe a type of firearm, any firearm that has a common characteristic. It doesn't have a serial number. This broad set of firearms might include antique firearms or some curios.
What's up, Bob? I just saw your comment, brother. Yeah, if you're just checking in, we're going over ghost guns. I hope you're either drinking or got plenty of painkillers.
Or relics produced prior to 1968. It might also include arms manufactured at home or from a mail-in do-it-yourself kit. Or lastly, it might include firearms whose serial numbers have been removed. Now, first, it's important to remember that it's a federal crime under 18 U.S.C. Section 922K. to file off or otherwise remove or obliterate or alter a serial number, or to acquire a firearm that has had its serial number removed, obliterated, or altered. Most states have criminal statutes that are similar to 922K.
Yeah, for you guys, man, I didn't know. I can't remember when exactly I started hearing about, P80s or 80% arms or anything like that. I don't know, man. The first one I built was, 2021? But hell, the first gun I ever built was the first AK I built, and I built that in 18. But there was a huge market for people building their own guns before then. I wasn't around it. All my guns were hunting guns. Maybe a gun for protection. I'd never built any guns until then. So I'm not sure, like 2013, how popular, which I think the guy she's talking about, he used a rifle. So you still had a bunch of people building rifles and stuff back in 2013, around that time. A lot of build parties going on, stuff like that. But still, that's one or two cases that she mentions where someone used a home-built firearm out of many, many years of history that she's trying to condense down into that one time. People have built their own firearms at home since the dawn of damn time, ever since someone figured out, if I put a hole in this piece of pipe and pack it down with this magic powder and I stick a fuse in it, I can launch a rock or a freaking ball out of it. I mean, people have built their own guns. So, if guns didn't exist, these assholes would be arguing about fucking recurve bows right now.
Anti-gun activists would like for you to believe that making your own firearms is a new crazy trend, an emerging dangerous phenomenon. Those who might want you to believe this neglect, of course, to mention that the American tradition of privately made firearms started with the colonies and it continues today. In fact, the Continental Army relied very heavily on privately made firearms. And John Moses Browning of Ogden, Utah, who was known for revolution.
And before he gets going too far, John Moses Browning, God rest his soul, saint, all that.
Revolutionizing the field of firearms, inventing rifles, pistols, and shotguns and machine guns. Browning invented and made all of these firearms privately, only later selling the patents to companies like Winchester. Privately made firearms are part of our American story.
For the ATF, you realize right now, thinking about things in contemporary times, the ATF would have beat the damn brake shoes off of John Moses Browning, shot his dog, and threw that bastard in prison for decades. I'm sorry, Bacon. Am I giving him ideas?
A story of hard work, of innovation, and of ingenuity. These anti-gun activists would like you to believe that privately made firearms pose a new danger to society. They use misleading statistics to make it sound as if privately made firearms are commonly used to commit violent crimes. For example, the ATF's notice of proposed rulemaking says, quote, from January 2016 through December 31st, 2020, there were approximately 23,906 suspected PMFs, or privately made firearms, reported to ATF as having been recovered by law enforcement from potential crime scenes, close quote. But these crime scenes, were privately made firearms were recovered, only 325, or 1%, involved homicides or attempted homicides. So it's important to look at what the numbers actually say rather than what one might glean from them at a distance. Now let's look at.
Yeah, Bob, you are talking about an area that's kind of screwed up, but it's like an AK. I use those a lot in examples. All right, the serial number on an AK is the front trunnion, is where the serial number is. It's not on a receiver like this. This just shows who manufactured it, but the serial number is not on this. So in essence, like on some of the guns that have had issues like RAS 47s and shit like that, if I had to replace a front trunnion and remove the old trunnion, then I am removing the serialized part out of that gun.
How one should analyze the Biden administration's proposed rule on privately made firearms. The Second Amendment to the Constitution protects Americans' right to keep and bear arms. When analyzing any gun control proposal, I look at the likely impact it will have on the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans, those who build their own firearms as a hobby or for marksman competitions or to make better, safer firearms, perhaps for their own use. Not to mention that the Biden administration is attempting to change the law through rulemaking instead of through coming to Congress.
Which is exactly what they're doing with suppressors right now. All the stuff going on with Form 1ing, building your own suppressor. The ATF is basically saying that you have to have your own personal CNC equipment to make a suppressor. You basically have to, whittle it from a piece of fucking wheat at this point.
Convinced that proposals like the proposed rule the Biden administration issued on Friday will most certainly affect those law-abiding Americans who use 80% lower receivers or receiver blanks while doing very little to stop criminals who want to use guns in order to hurt other people. This proposed rule will also get us one step closer to firearm registry, one of the top goals of many who are part of the anti-gun left. So these are concerns. I think they're real concerns. They're legitimate concerns. And I think we've got to be careful with the terminology that we use. Just as importantly, we've got to look out for the interests of the law-abiding. And it's those people, the law-abiding Americans, whose rights are very often eroded whenever government steps into this area. Thank you.
Yeah, Bob, I know a lot of these slides and barrels and stuff. I got one sitting around here somewhere. Like this guy right here, the OEM stuff will have serials on it. But at this point, the barrel and slide aren't the regulated part. The frame is the regulated part. So this is the only thing right now that the ATF really has any say-so over, as far as a serial number. And the serial number only applies if that firearm was manufactured by a federally licensed manufacturer. So now we're getting into, we'll see what the rules and regulations are this summer when those drop from the ATF. And that's going to be a whole nother goat rope.
Senator Durbin.
Senator Blumenthal, perhaps someone, a historian, maybe one of our witnesses, will tell us when we decided to create the federal law that Senator Lee related to.
The federal law that Lee related to about serial numbers came in after 1968, you dumbass. Before, I think, 68, the only reason that firearms had serial numbers is so that manufacturers could track that particular inventory item. It had nothing to do with the federal government regulating serial numbers.
When we decided that protecting the existence of a serial number on a firearm was important to our government, I assume that decision was made in the hopes that we would reduce violent crime and the misuse of firearms. And then the obvious question, well, if it's already the law, why are we here today? And that really gets to the heart of the issue, because that statute applies to finished firearms. And up until recent times,
that statute, you dumbass, applies to firearms that are manufactured by federally licensed dealers or manufacturers. That does not apply to people who are building their own firearms. These people, they try to conflate. I'm trying to figure out some days, these guys are stupid, don't get me wrong, but I'm trying to figure out whether they're so stupid that they don't understand these laws at all, or whether they're just trying to conflate everything together because they know there are plenty of people out there who don't know anything about this shit, that they can sway to their side.
That was usually the case when people were purchasing a firearm. It was a finished product, and there was a federal law which required a serial number. Well, we live in a brand new world now.
Yeah, dude, Jeff, my rooster doesn't care. Matter of fact, I've got 5 out there right now. I got to get rid of a couple, but yeah, they don't care. If it's night, day, whatever, they just go off.
And over the internet, you can buy these so-called kits to make your own gun, so-called ghost guns, and avoid the very statute you've quoted. So that's what the Blumenthal.
Now, that's the one thing, Casey, when we're talking about that. One, if you guys have watched some of my other videos, the federal government uses the Interstate Commerce Clause to regulate firearms because the federal government has no standing to regulate firearms. So they have to use the Interstate Commerce Clause. But still, serial numbers only come from FFLs, from federal licensed manufacturers. If I made a privately made firearm, there's nothing in law that says I have to serialize that firearm before I sell it to another person. Could I do that? Yeah, there's a whole way I could probably go through the ATF and apply for a serial number for it. But if I wanted to sell one of my privately made firearms with no serial number, that's not illegal.
Bill is all about closing a loophole in the law which allows anyone to avoid the necessity of having a serial number on a firearm. Isn't that what it gets down to? Isn't that basic? And Senator Cruz before you was mocking the use of the term ghost gun, and went so far at one point, I don't want to misstate what he said, but I got the impression this just isn't happening. People aren't using ghost guns in crime. Hang on tight, Senator. I'm sorry Senator Cruz has a conflict in another committee. Hang on tight when you listen to the witnesses here.
Does this asshat not realize that criminals use all objects in crimes? They drive cars, they wear pants, they wear shoes. Some of them wear belts. They just don't know where to locate them on the body because they wear them more around their ass than they do anything. But yes, just because something is used in a crime doesn't make everybody who owns that object a criminal. I don't. If you apply this logic to any other product other than firearms, the logic doesn't make any sense at all.
They're going to give you chapter and verse of cities and counties across the United States where these ghost guns, without serial numbers, untraceable, are being confiscated in the commission of crime, deadly, violent crime. Senator Cruz was suggesting this is some sort of folly by Senator Blumenthal. It is not. It is a matter of life and death. And I think it's not too much to ask that even for the hobbyist, whatever they're purchasing, have a serial number and comply with the federal law. That's what this is all about. And I'm glad we're having this hearing. Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. And the notion that we would have a proliferation of homemade guns, untraceable homemade guns, and that is in the best interest of our nation, I beg to differ.
Well, this guy doesn't want any guns in the nation, much less guns that the federal government can't easily track. Because I guarantee you, if it comes down to it, the government can get your financial information. And if you purchase these through normal commerce, they can figure out a connection to it. It just, the whole argument is so fucking ignorant because it's not like a serial number on a firearm can't be removed. It takes no skill to do that. I could sit on the side of the road with a rock and remove a serial number or damage it to where you couldn't read it. All I have to do is knock out probably 2 to 3 numbers. I don't even have to mess the whole damn serial number up. Oh, shit. What's happening? Apparently it didn't like me pausing it.
A very, very expert panel. First, Attorney General.
What is up?
Josh Shapiro. He has served as Pennsylvania's Attorney General since 2017. As Attorney General, he is tackling the scourge of gun violence across Pennsylvania, and he's committed to improving trust in the justice system. He's directing an urgent across-the-board fight against the big drug companies, trafficking rings that fuel the heroin and opioid epidemic. Currently in his second term, Attorney General Shapiro has taken on the climate crisis, defended voting rights, and protected women's access to contraception. Ms. Ashley Lubinsky is Curator Emerita and Senior Firearms Scholar for the Cody Firearms Museum in Cody, Wyoming. She earned her master's degree in American history from the University of Delaware. She has researched
Yeah, take it easy, brother. Have a good night, man.
and worked in several nationally recognized firearms collections, including the Smithsonian Institution's National Firearms Collection. We're joined remotely by Commissioner Michael Harrison. He has served as the 41st Commissioner of the Baltimore Police Department since 2019. He previously served as the New Orleans Police Department for nearly 3 decades. Commissioner Harrison also serves as president of the Police Executive Research Forum and as a member of the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. Mr. Rick Vasquez, he is a United States government certified firearms classification expert. He's represented the United States as a firearms technical representative to aid other nations, and he has worked with the federal government in firearms policies and questions. He's also recognized in state and federal court as a firearms and ammunition classification expert. Nick Saplina serves as managing director for law and policy at Everytown for gun safety. With more than 20 years
Gotta have
legal and
every town
policy
gun
experience,
safety
he
on.
oversees the organizational strategy for federal, state, and local police research and investigation for that organization. Prior to joining Everytown, Mr. Saplina was senior advisor and special counsel to the New York State Attorney General, where he was cross-designated to the New York Organized Crime Task Force for his work on combating untraceable ghost guns. We thank you all for being here today, and I'm going to ask our witnesses to please stand and be sworn, as is the custom of this committee. You solemnly affirm that the testimony you will give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
And right there, Jeff Shapiro should have hung himself, because the shit he's going to say later on is insane. What's up, Toy Town? Yeah, I got you, brother. Yeah, this is a rough one.
We'll begin with Attorney General Shapiro.
Acting Ranking Member Lee and members of this committee. I'm Josh Shapiro. I've served as Pennsylvania's Attorney General, as the chairman noted, for the last 4.5 years. And I'm very thankful that this subcommittee is taking ghost guns,
Oh, what the hell? What are we
the
doing?
emerging weapon of choice for violent criminals, quite seriously, and has given all of us time today to inform this committee and assist you in better understanding this issue. And perhaps even we can take some time to correct many of the outlandish misstatements from the ranking member that were stated before. I would note that just because something is said with passion does not make it true. My office.
He just gave you the whole key to looking at his argument. Just because something's said with passion doesn't make it true. I've learned through watching these guys, if you watch them long enough and you pay attention to what they say, they're going to tell on themselves every single fucking time. And he just told on himself.
This has been working on the real threat of ghost guns since 2017. These are untrackable, untraceable firearms built at home or sometimes on gun show tables. They lack serial numbers, and they are purchased, importantly, without a background check. With me today, I have a Polymer 80 jig of a 9mm Glock.
I wonder if he got that jig from JSD. I hope he did. I hope Jordan made some money off this fucking asshat. But I still got to put together a plasma cut for JSD. I got to finish up a couple others, the designs, but I got to do one for him. Got to figure out a way to do St. Jordan, and do it justice. But yeah, hopefully he got that from JSD.
Style handgun. This jig comes in a kit with an 80% receiver, the drill bits necessary, the trigger assembly, and all of the components to make a fully operational firearm. It's quickly assembled by drilling 3 holes, here, here, and here. And then
notice the top hole he just pointed to is not the hole that you drill. The other hole that he should have pointed to is back here on the rear to actually hold your rear rails in. Dude, come on, man. You're testifying in front of Congress. At least put a little bit more effort into this shit.
Milling out 3 pieces, here, here, and here. Unlike the collectibles or hobby build-at-home gun kits of years ago, these kits can be assembled in minutes using very simple tools. Let me give you some data points from the real world of what we are seeing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In 2018 in Philadelphia, just 13 ghost guns were recovered.
Now, again, getting back to this, okay, he makes no distinction in between a firearm, and I pulled this apart, that has a serial number like this does, and has that serial number removed, and a firearm like this that is a privately made firearm with no serial number. They're not telling you that. And they could easily put this into their figures, but they're not going to because they have to inflate the numbers. It's the same reason they include suicides with firearms violence.
In 2019, that increased nearly 8-fold to 99 ghost guns. In 2020, that number more than doubled again to 250, and today we've recovered 201 of these ghost guns in just the first 4 months of the year. That's in one city alone. Across all of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've seen an exponential increase in recoveries by 437%. That's data, that is facts, that's what we're seeing on the ground.
If it's data and it's facts, you asshat, then why not tell us how many firearms that had serial numbers removed versus firearms that were manufactured without serial numbers? Why not tell us those two things in those figures? This guy is such a fucking weasel, it ain't even funny.
The consequences are heartbreaking. Last March, a former Temple University football player was killed on the streets of Chinatown in Philadelphia with a ghost gun, fired by someone, and this is important, who would not have passed a background check, yet still got their hands on one of these.
And they probably bought, if it was in fact a ghost gun, they probably bought that gun through the same channels they would have bought any illegal firearm, through their local crack dealer where they can get any gun.
Over the past 3 years, agents from my office
Hold on.
have witnessed felons and people prohibited from purchasing firearms buy these ghost gun kits with cash and leave gun shows with them by the duffel bag size full. They walk out of a gun show, assemble the kits in minutes, and send fully functioning guns onto our streets and right in the hands of violent criminals. We've made arrests where ghost guns purchased at gun shows are on the streets literally the next day after that purchase. In 2019, our agents witnessed prohibited purchasers buying an 80% receiver kit just like this one at a York gun show. They took it to the next table over, just feet away as I am from these witnesses here, where a convicted felon and neo-Nazi drilled out the receiver, assembled the gun, and handed it back to him right at the gun show. Last year, our agents watched as a company sold 90 of these kits in one batch to a convicted felon, paying $38,000 in cash. When our office executed a search warrant at this individual's home, it turned up even more fully assembled firearms made with these kits. There were loads of
Yeah, they apparently you can do this in just minutes. They don't say how many minutes it is. They don't say whether it's 5 minutes, 180 minutes, whether it's 4,000 minutes. They just, again, always beat on that same point that, oh, I could take one of these and I could have a gun in no time. Well, what do you call no time? Between fitment issues, making sure the gun runs reliably and stuff like that. I mean, I could have most of the stuff done to a frame in 30 minutes. That's simple enough. But to make a reliable firearm with a smooth slide, repeatable results, it takes a little bit longer.
of ammunition, cash, and a setup to churn out these guns. Had we not had agents at that show, dozens more ghost guns would be on the streets of Pennsylvania today. Earlier this year, we arrested a man in Philadelphia who was buying these kits at a gun show, then selling the assembled weapons on the streets for $1,100. That's a 100% profit.
Yeah, so if he was selling them on the streets, if he wasn't selling them to prohibited purchasers, I don't see your point. I still don't see it. If you got them for selling to prohibited purchasers or felons, then you have a person selling firearms to felons. There's already a law against that. But yeah, $1,100. Shit. I can't show guns on stream, but yeah, that one's sitting down there. I've got at least, I don't know, $800 in that gun. Yeah, at least 8, closer to 9. So he ain't making a good investment if he's actually building some pretty quality stuff.
Last month, we recovered 6 ghost guns in Pennsylvania's Lehigh Valley during the course of a drug trafficking investigation, along with 6 ghost guns, $1 million of meth, and Nazi paraphernalia. While my office has made great strides and experienced success operations.
So let me get this straight, homeboy. You just breezed right past the fact that he had that much meth on him, like the guns are going to be the issue.
In getting these firearms off the street, law enforcement cannot keep up with the supply. So we've had to work smarter, and create meaningful partnerships, like the one with Pennsylvania's largest gun show promoter, to voluntarily remove all.
I wonder, I wish I had Jordan's number. I wish I could get Jordan in here just for this one right here. Because I'm guaranteeing you Jordan would have a blast with this. Because this fucker doesn't necessarily talk about the fact that Jordan bought the whole goddamn event and then still sold 80%.
Of these DIY kits from their shows. At the time of the agreement, the dealers had already sold 6,000 of these ghost guns. And as a result of this first of its kind in the nation agreement, we were able to stop 36,000 of these guns from getting out on the street. I'm here today to respectfully urge the Senate to seize this opportunity where law enforcement, community groups, and gun owners and gun
I've actually got to reach out to Jordan. So I can't remember which show it was that Jordan said something about me getting in touch with him on Instagram. So I got to get in touch with him. I'd like to do I don't normally do shows. I mean, I've got a link up there if anybody wanted to jump in, but and who knows, I might start doing some stuff like that. But I'd like to just sit there and shoot the shit with Jordan, man. He seems like a cool dude.
shops agree that we have to do more, that we have to make sure these DIY kits require a background check so we can simply keep them out of the hands of criminals. Mr. Chairman, this is common sense. We know these kits can be fully functioning firearms in minutes. We know they're being used to kill people on the streets of our communities. And this body has the power.
He's just going on sales. He's lumping anybody who bought a Polymer 80 in with criminals who are actually going out and using these to shoot people. It's like we've said it. You guys have said it. If you apply this logic to any other product, this logic does not work. But that little fucking weasel will use this logic about Polymer 80 kits and firearms, and people will buy this shit because people aren't informed.
To do something about it. Look, I recognize there is a lot of expertise at this table and in this room. It's on us to figure out a way to protect law-abiding.
Later, Jeff, man, you take it easy, brother. I understand. I got to wake up in a little while too, but
gun owners, to preserve our heritage and not burden hobbyists while still closing off violent criminals easy access to these unserialized, untraceable guns that do not require.
Notice how everybody on his end of the argument uses the same terminology every single time. Unserialized, yada, yada. It's the same. They've got the same list of talking points in front of them. All right, Case, take it easy, brother.
A background check. Thank you all very much for having this hearing, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thanks very much, Attorney General Shapiro. Ms. Lubinsky.
Which I might end this at about the hour and 30 mark and then continue it later. So we'll see. We're going about 1:22 right now.
There we go. Chairman Blumenthal, Sub-Ranking Member Lee, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Ashley Lubinsky, and I am honored to testify today about the long history of privately made firearms in American culture. But first, I do want to address the terminology that I will be using and why. Firstly, I will not be using the term ghost gun, and that's because as a historian, I try to be as precise as possible, and the term is used more as a rhetorical tool, a marketing tool, and because of that, it can create a false sense of authority on the subject rather than describe the actual technology that we are talking about. For example, it is conceivable that when hearing the term, the average person could conflate the terms undetectable and untraceable. What I mean by that is,
she is 100% right there. The average person who knows jack shit about a firearm is going to conflate untraceable, like I could walk through a metal detector with it, and undetectable. And you can see that in legislation that these asshats have in Congress right now.
You hear the term ghost gun, you could assume that it is invisible. And by that term, maybe it bypasses a security scanner. Instead, this term recognizes and references a lack of tracing tools that are sometimes used by law enforcement after a crime is committed.
Notice the tracing tools are after the crime has been committed. So it's not stopping any crime in the first place. It's all after the fact, which, in my humble opinion, most of the time, police are there to draw chalk outlines and take reports in the first place. They're not stopping a whole lot of other stuff from going on.
So for clarity, I will be using the terms such as home built and privately made firearms. Please note, though, that I am using the term firearm as a historical definition rather than a legal one. Now let's shift to the historical background on these firearms. Now, trust me, there's a lot of history here, so please refer to my written testimony if you would like more specifics, and I'm happy to go into these details further if and when there is more time.
And you know, no one is going to refer to her written testimony. It doesn't hurt her case that she actually is pretty damn cute. But she is very sharp.
But essentially, the big takeaway about the history is that these privately made firearms have been around for centuries, basically since the first ignition system was developed over 500 years ago. And throughout these times, these gun makers have been essential to both the civilian and government. It may surprise you that the term discussed a lot today, parts kits, have been used regularly dating back to the 1700s. Private gun makers in America could order locks and barrels from overseas in order to expedite the process when building guns. It's also important to note that these too involved filing processes and a lot of other modifications, as some parts kits are today. The other thing is, when armories became available, or people that were making government firearms, the individual and the private gun maker was still incredibly important. In the American Revolution, the British had an armory and they still bought lock plates from civilians. And the US government actually sought to design a standard pattern to simplify this process for individual gun makers. Even as modern manufacturing processes and major companies appeared in the 19th century, the government and commercial markets still relied on individual designers to innovate and create firearms that these companies would in turn purchase and produce.
That's because most of your innovations in firearms comes from private individuals. We talk a lot about John Browning when it comes to firearms. He was just a private individual. He was just a dude. I mean, he just had an exceptional mind for mechanical equipment. There wouldn't be a lot of innovation. The AR-15 or the M16 before it was adopted, was just someone's brainchild. I won't go into all the issues with that gun originally being introduced and all the bullshit with it, but yeah, that was just someone's brainchild. And there are a lot of guns that come out that way, where it's a guy in his garage who's looking at the issues that he thinks one of these firearms has and decides to come up with a better mousetrap, basically, which the ATF will now break into his home, kill his dog, and arrest him for, but that's beside the point.
And as already said, these were mainly any firearm that you could do. And they were unencumbered by these regulations and laws that we're discussing today because they weren't considered a threat to public safety. And in this way, these regulations, is what we're talking about today, could influence innovation. And now, I know a lot of people here don't necessarily like some of the technology that exists today, but I really want to make the point that innovation also means making firearms safer. On May 7th, the ATF released a proposal in which they recommended several modifications to these definitions. Unfortunately, many of those rationales are not historically accurate. For example, the terms striker fire and split receivers are two technologies that were claimed not to be readily available at the time these definitions were made. However, striker fire guns, which are historically and mechanically known as linear hammers, have been prevalent, as have the term split receiver, since the late 1800s and early 1900s. These things have remained unregulated within the terms that we're talking about today. So the question is, why change that? Striker fire and split receivers do not make a firearm more or less lethal than the firearms that are available on the market today. Because this terminology is flawed and inaccurate, this is misleading. And these policies and proposed changes can have unintended.
Yeah, and Bob, and you're making a perfect point. But one of the most popular murder weapons in the United States is a simple kitchen knife. Any kitchen knife that could be found in your average kitchen, because a lot of times these murders aren't necessarily planned out, so they just go with whatever is available to them, and a blade, even something like this, a blade is very simple to use. Any idiot can use it to stab somebody. Right? And or a baseball bat, blunt objects. Blunt objects kill more people than AR-15 or all long guns. That's rifles, shotguns, anything classified as a long gun. Blunt objects kill more people than long guns every year.
Consequences for everyone. And it's interesting and important to understand that these things can affect both sides, criminalizing those who would otherwise be considered innocent, but also opening the door for loopholes and litigation, and worst of all, continued violence. The complicated and confusing nature of all of these terms also neuter the potential efficacy of the laws. And if the goal is to save lives and the law fails to accomplish what you claim it will, you're not only letting your constituency down, but you're also leaving them vulnerable to a false sense of security, something nobody here wants on either side.
Thank you. Commissioner Michael Harrison joining us remotely.
Chairman Blumenthal, ranking member, distinguished.
Now, I think this dude, he'll go through his history in a minute, but I think he was a police chief down in New Orleans for a long time. And if you don't know anything about New Orleans, much as I love the Corps, much as I love Nolans, you know, I lived in Slidell on the North Shore of Lake Pontchartrain for a long time. That town is a fucking nightmare for crime. And this guy was over a lot of that. They were known to have plenty of the dirtiest officers on the planet, and their crime rates were through the roof. St. Tammany Parish, when Katrina hit, they were confiscating firearms from legal firearms owners. And I think he was down there at that point. I'd have to look at the whole history of it, but either way, still proves the point that this guy was residing over New Orleans when it was a complete hellhole as far as crime. Now he's up in like Baltimore and another hellhole full of crime. He ain't stopped shit.
Members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for holding this important hearing today about ghost guns. I'm honored, to appear before you today, and I'm joined by Lieutenant Colonel John Herzog, who is my Deputy Chief of Investigations in the Baltimore Police Department. Now, as the Commissioner of the Baltimore Police Department, I lead one of the nation's largest police forces with nearly 3,000 sworn officers and civilian personnel. I became the Commissioner of the BPD in 2019 after almost 3 decades in New Orleans in that police department, which I had the...
So, yeah, he was down there during Katrina then. If he just kicked up there in 2019.
honor of leading as its superintendent for 4.5 years. Now, when I accepted the job in Baltimore, I knew the challenges facing the city were many, especially when it comes to reducing the unacceptable rates of gun violence. For far too long, Baltimore's residents have borne the devastating impact of this violence. However, the data shows that the vast majority of guns used in these violent crimes are illegally trafficked. In fact, last year alone, more than 82% of guns recovered in Baltimore came from outside of the city, and nearly 65% of those guns were purchased outside of the state of Maryland. In Baltimore, we're working every day to break the cycle of gun violence with evidence-based solutions and community policing initiatives. But
I love how they use all these damn slogans, evidence-based and yada yada, and they ain't stopping shit. They still killing motherfuckers like it's free in Baltimore right now. Hell, down here in some towns near me, they're shooting each other like fucking ammo prices don't exist. You're not stopping anything, you douchebag.
face a new threat to public safety from unserialized firearms known as ghost guns. In February of 2021, members from our Southwestern District Action Team were patrolling an area notorious for violence and drug activity. At the very sight of a police vehicle, a male suspect began fleeing on foot while holding his front waistband, heightening concerns that he was armed. As he ran away, the individual was seen discarding vials of suspected cocaine. Now, police apprehended the suspect and recovered a 9mm polymer 80 handgun with no serial number, which was loaded with 26 rounds of ammunition.
So you're going on about the ghost gun there, buddy. Never mind the fact this dude was already breaking multiple laws by selling crack cocaine. You really think he's worried about your thoughts on a unserialized firearm? You fucking numbnuts.
The suspect was only 17 years old, too young to purchase or possess a firearm in Maryland. And because the gun was unserialized, it was a dead end for law enforcement when it came to tracing it. Last year,
Okay, if you caught the dude with crack and a gun, why do you need to trace that gun any further any damn way? You already have him on so many felonies. He should be in prison for the rest of his natural born life. Even though I completely disagree with most all gun or drug laws, just like I do gun laws, you already have this cat on enough charges to keep him in prison forever. Especially if he was a felon in possession of that gun along with the crack. You could charge him for every bullet in that damn gun. Why are we even here at this point? Because he's done.
Baltimore had a 300% increase in the number of ghost guns that have been seized in our city. Of those seizures, Baltimore police linked 15 of those ghost guns to a shooting or a homicide. The Southwestern District, which experiences the most gun crimes and homicides in the city, also had the highest number of ghost guns seized. And most disturbingly, nearly 1/4 of.
So wait a second. And I got to stop it here. I know I'm stopping a lot. So wait a second. You're telling me in the most crime-ridden areas, the most drug-ridden areas is where you're finding the most gun crime? Gee, that's a staggering admission. And yeah, Bob, I think that letter that Blumenthal and those others wrote to Congress, I think it did mention Ralph's channel. I got to find that letter. And if nothing else, maybe I can reach out to Crump and Crump can send me a copy of it because I think he's got it. But yeah, it mentioned people like Marine Gun Builder, Ralph, and some others about the Polymer 80 stuff.
All of the ghost guns recovered by the Baltimore police were from individuals who were not old enough to obtain a firearm, including an individual who was only 14 years old. Unfortunately, this trend has continued into the current calendar year with no signs of letting up. So far in 2020, we've recovered 83 privately made firearms, which means we are far outpacing last year. At this rate, we are on pace to seize upwards of 300 ghost guns, and this will be in the range of 10 to 15% of all guns recovered this year in the city. As alarming as these statistics are, this growing problem is not unique to Baltimore. Cities from New York to Los Angeles are experiencing a similar explosion of ghost guns. And due to the lack of regulation, they've quickly become a weapon of choice for traffickers and criminals. And unless action is taken, I only expect this problem to get worse. Let me explain why. A ghost gun is easy to obtain. Gun traffickers no longer need to work with unscrupulous dealers or gun shows. A criminal can go online and purchase the parts to create a fully functional firearm with only a few clicks of a mouse. Then a ghost gun is untraceable for criminals and those involved in illicit activity. A ghost gun is attractive because it's difficult, if not impossible, to.
Now, when they get someone for a crime, they can subpoena their bank account records. If this person purchased a ghost gun online, they know exactly where they got it from. And if you have them with the gun in a commission of a crime, you already have everything right there. The serial number doesn't even matter.
Trace when used in a crime. A ghost gun is anonymous because the ghost gun parts are not currently regulated as guns. Individuals are not required to undergo a background check when purchasing.
Oh yeah, Bacon, dude. If you haven't heard about that, there's a bunch of Democrat senators wrote a letter to YouTube, basically wanting YouTube to purge any content having to do with home-built firearms. So, I'm sorry. Marine Gun Builder shut his channel down not too long back, right after he was on John Crump's show. And I think he kind of saw the writing on the wall, and hopefully he starts up on a different platform I know he's still got a bunch of other stuff more than likely going on. But yeah, they're trying to strip everything. So like me, the first side folding AK I built was the one I built yesterday and the day before. I had 2 days working on it. So me going in and trying to find videos to even how the springs were oriented on the front latch and some other things. Used to, it was very easy for me to find that content. Now it's getting harder and harder. There's some guys, and I'm not going to mention them here, that I follow that do really good content when it comes to building a lot of these guns, and they're on that list. They're smaller guys. They've still got some decent followings, but they're smaller guys. But they put out killer content, and they're on the chopping block.
That means people who are prohibited from purchasing a weapon, for example, a convicted felon or a convicted abuser, for example, can become armed by assembling a ghost gun. And then a ghost gun is deadly. Just like any firearm made by a licensed manufacturer, ghost guns are fully functional, just as lethal.
Now, where have we heard that argument before? I don't know. Cindy Blumenthal or Dick Blumenthal's opening statement. Again, same speech writers, whole 9 yards, same talking points. It's like watching the news, which I hardly ever do anymore. They get the same speeches every single day, and all of them are just doing the same shit. They get their talking points, and that's what they're on for the day.
If criminals are turning to ghost guns, what does it mean for law enforcement officers in Baltimore and in other communities? Simply put, ghost guns add a new level of danger to our work, and when criminal elements can evade a background check with a ghost gun, law enforcement loses the ability to keep firearms out of the hands of dangerous individuals. When we can't trace recovered crime guns, there's no way to identify trafficking patterns. It makes our job much more difficult and puts lives at risk. Last week, the DOJ issued a new proposed regulation that would bring ghost guns in line with our federal firearms laws. This action is critical and needed. Most importantly, it will save lives. Now, as we applaud the Biden administration for taking action, I hope that Congress won't lose sight of the need to help Baltimore and other cities that are struggling with daily gun violence.
Now, and see, here's another one of my issues with shit like this. Okay, you're in Baltimore. You are a police chief of Baltimore. Solve your own fucking issues, you douchebag. What does the federal government have to do with your state? The federal government was never supposed to be involved at a state level like that in individual matters like what you're talking about. This guy is literally a guy who, if you had a firearm on you and you didn't jump through the proper hoops, even though you weren't a felon, had no ill intent, and weren't committing a crime, he would put you in prison for it. And he will do that to black people every single fucking day. And then still talk about how things are unfair to black people, even though he is part of the problem.
Passing gun safety legislation must be a priority to protect the public and provide federal support so communities can interrupt violence before it becomes deadly. I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify in this important hearing and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. Now remotely turn to Rick Vasquez.
Senator Cruz and Senator Blumenthal for allowing me to come to this hearing today and express my informed opinions. My name is Rick Vasquez, and it's a privilege to provide testimony today on proposed regulations and statutes pertaining to homemade firearms. I am very familiar with the issue of homemade firearms and the regulations pertaining to them. As a firearms consultant, I frequently represent the firearms industry and clients that are currently in the business of making ATF-approved non-firearms, non-weapons that are molded from plastic or cut from aluminum billets.
So this dude, I haven't done any research on this cat, and I probably need to. But he's dealing with companies who are doing these 80% frames and receivers. Kind of a go-between in between them and the ATF. So, I mean, as boring as this guy is, he seems like he knows his shit.
It's from this experience that I say that I'm very concerned about ATF change definitions and regulations will affect this industry. My background in a quick synopsis is a 21-year career in the Marine Corps. During that time, I served at Desert Storm and as a detachment commander on embassy duty in Moscow, Russia, which is the pinnacle of embassy duty.
Oh no, he's a Russian spy. That's what he is.
I also served as chief instructor of the Marines Precision Weapons Shop and was responsible for introducing the Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle to Marine snipers during Desert Storm. After the USMC, I worked as a firearms instructor trainer for Diplomatic Security Service. I was later employed by ATF, where I worked as a firearms technology expert until I retired.
So this guy did work for ATF, and maybe he was one of the good ones. And it seems like he probably is if he's working for industry out there right now, who are producing the 80%, billet receivers or 80% polymers. Sounds like this guy is pretty well on the up and up. So even though he did work for one of the biggest dick agencies out there.
While I was employed by ATF, I wrote the first formal standard operating procedures for the technology branch. I traveled on numerous occasions through Mexico, Central America, Haiti, France, Canada, Australia, and numerous U.S. states where I provided training on firearms identification and tracking. During these training events, we instructed tracing, and I physically traced thousands of firearms. As a firearms technology expert, I was the first person to bring homemade firearms and 3D printing to the attention of ATF leadership.
Well, thank you for that one, you fucking moron. Why didn't you leave that little fucking secret to the side? What did you go tell fucking daddy because someone was making their own guns? Jesus Christ, man. You're supposed to be with us. Fucking shit, man.
This is not a new issue. However, it is being used as an attention getter to give the ATF an opportunity to change regulations. I assisted in developing the Advanced Firearms Identification Training for ATF's Industry Operations Investigators, and while assigned to Firearms Operations Division, I was the technical expert that provided the expertise on a training program that provided knowledge on parts kits guns to all of ATF in 2013. I have read the proposed rulemaking, and I am concerned that these regulations do substantially more harm than good and do little to nothing to stop crime.
Oh, these regulations will definitely do nothing to stop crime and will do everything to hurt law-abiding citizens and industry. That's it. That's all these statists know how to do.
From my experience, most people who are putting homemade firearms into illegal commerce are convicted felons or persons that are criminals. And these new laws will not hinder them. It will only hinder law-abiding citizens who will respond to the changed law.
Yeah, Bob, you're right. Future felons of America. Right here. Just a nothing but a paperweight. Yep. Future felon. Because reasons. That's why. Because reasons.
I believe there will be little to no effect on reducing crime by regulating these homemade firearms. If we want to stop crime, lawmakers and enforcers should be going after firearms traffickers, the criminals that have guns and sell them to other criminals, not law-abiding citizens who choose to manufacture them at home. We should spend more time and attention writing anti-trafficking laws and providing enhanced firearms training to our law enforcement personnel, not regulating a lawful business.
Now, see, what he's talking about there, and I am definitely going to disagree with him. He's talking about anti-trafficking laws. Okay, every anti-trafficking law that is currently in Congress right now to be voted on would make anybody selling a firearm to another person without going through the background check system and all that. Well, in some cases, even if they went through the background check system and sold a firearm to another person, that would make them a trafficker. Hey, Vanessa, what's up? So, yeah, more laws are not going to solve this issue. The only thing that's going to solve this issue as far as the crime and everything is developing resources in areas that are the epicenters for most of this crime.
Moreover, we need to acknowledge that completing a firearm for personal use is not cost-effective and is not as simple as it appears. These non-firearms castings and moldings have been properly classified by ATF and should not change. The primary effect of the new rule or other potential regulations treating these molds as firearms will be the removing of a hobby from law-abiding citizens. It appears that the main goal of this regulation and of lawmakers interested in this space is the application of a serial number to homemade firearms. In my opinion, this is not only unnecessary, it is the beginning of a form of registration. In addition, the effect of the new rule on the firearms industry will be economically devastating. These are persons that have found a niche industry without having to be licensed. The new regulations will force them to be licensed, which will take away the market of law-abiding citizens making their own firearms. Finally, the trace data on quantity of homemade firearms traced on the proposed rulemaking is not supported by ATF's annual trace data. The number of homemade firearms traced on the proposed rulemaking is much higher than the number of firearms traced on the 2019 annual trace report. In conclusion, I'm here to provide testimony on homemade firearms and the effect it will have on the firearms industry and the lawful gun owner.
Well, this crap with wanting everybody to serialize 80% frames and receivers. One, businesses that are actually serializing firearms for manufacturers right now are running as fast as they can run. If they've got to serialize any kind of 80%, 20%, 30%, you name it, that's just going to freaking drag them. They're going to go under at that point. And it's still not going to stop a single crime. If you take a frame with a receiver with a serial number on it, it's not hard to remove. It literally with a rock I could do it, but if I had a grinder sitting there, a 4.5-inch grinder, it's seconds, blank, and it's done. So even having a serial number on something is it's not stopping shit. And it's not going to matter if I shoot you with something that is unserialized versus something that is serialized. You're still catching whatever rounds coming out of that damn gun.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Vasquez. Our last witness is Nick Saplina, who joins us today. Thank you.
This is the guy from like what Gifford's group or whoever he's from. Yeah, this is going to be a good witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Blumenthal, ranking member, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. My name is Nick Saplina. I am the managing director for law and policy at Everytown for Gun Safety.
I'm sorry, Everytown. Like it makes a damn difference, but yeah. That dude's got his head bald so he can get, a little less friction when he's shoving his head up his own ass.
We're the nation's largest gun violence prevention organization. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today, and I'm grateful for your attention to this important public safety issue. Ghost guns are unserialized homemade firearms that can be quickly assembled and acquired without a background check. They include firearms with core parts made using 3D printers, milled with the assistance of a computer code, or simply drilled with aid of a jig kit. I first learned of ghost guns prior to joining Everytown when I was special counsel in the New York Attorney General's office. In spring.
So, yeah, he was Attorney General New York. Yeah, that tells you where he stands on firearms already. And yeah, Kitty, you're right. It doesn't matter. Serialized, unserialized, using a crime, it doesn't fucking matter.
Of 2015, I received a phone call from the head of the New York State Organized Crime Task Force. And she was calling because the New York State Police discovered that an individual who is currently in jail on firearms charges had boasted about a plan upon his release to order gun parts online and make money selling untraceable firearms. She asked me, how was this possible? We soon found out that the answer was ghost guns, an end run around the law that allowed this convicted weapons offender.
It's not an end run around the law. It has been legal since before these laws were even fucking created. Let me keep going.
And his co-conspirators to order parts online and quickly build a dozen untraceable tactical assault weapons and sell them to a person he thought was a gun trafficker. Thankfully, that person was an undercover officer whose work led to 3 arrests and subsequent convictions.
Okay, so you're telling me that you guys caught this guy. He was back in prison. Why are we here talking about this shit then? Because obviously the system's working if you in fact accomplish this.
The crime, we think the first state prosecution of ghost guns trafficking in the country. Now, it's been less than 6 years since that prosecution, but in that short time, we've learned a lot about the rise of untraceable ghost guns and how they have become the fastest growing threat to gun safety in the country. First, we've learned that the market for ghost guns exploded because ATF changed its approach to unfinished frames and receivers, the core building blocks of ghost guns. And this is important. Back in the 1970s and 80s, ATF correctly determined that unfinished frames and receivers were firearms.
No, if you can't assemble it and actually fire a round through it, it's not a firearm. ATF correctly stated that. You moron. This 80%, there is no way that I could actually build this out and make this fire a projectile. Unless I did, I don't know, I slapped an upper on it and built it like a fucking cannon.
Subject to the 1968 Act, so long as they could be, quote, converted to functional condition within a few hours using common hand tools or simple grinding, cutting, drilling, or welding operations. But in the mid-2000s and without explanation, ATF changed course and the market for ghost guns grew, as did the technology for these firearms advanced. There are now at least 100 online sellers offering unfinished frames or receivers for ghost guns, and these parts are routinely sold at gun shows.
And here we go with the gun show deal. But yes, there are plenty of people selling unfinished frames and receivers. It's something that's completely legal. That AR receiver is nothing but a fucking paperweight. It can't do shit until I finish it out, mill the trigger pocket, all that shit, put it together. Then it's a functioning firearm. And then it is only a crime if I actually commit a crime with said privately manufactured firearm.
Second, we've learned that the criminals and gun traffickers are taking advantage of this growing ghost guns marketplace. Ghost guns are now turning up at crime scenes from coast to coast, and the numbers are shocking. ATF recently reported that over a 4-year period, nearly 24,000 homemade firearms were recovered in crimes, and many cities are seeing ghost gun recoveries double.
Now, no, that report I don't think really exists. They're talking about guns that don't have serial numbers, and that could be a gun that has had its serial number removed or a gun that was privately made without a serial number. They're still not telling you those two numbers.
Year over year, as you've already heard this morning. The simple fact is that the word is out among criminals that ghost guns are an easy way around our gun laws, and in particular, a way around background checks. Finally, we've learned that ghost guns are rapidly becoming the weapon of choice for armed extremists. The House Committee on Homeland Security has concluded that ghost guns are a threat to our national security, and we have found numerous examples of white supremacist and anti-government extremist groups building ghost guns and using them with deadly intention and effect.
Yeah, where are all these cases at again that you're talking about? Because even Dianne Feinstein had to go back to 2013 to actually use a case where a ghost gun was used to kill people. So where are all these cases you're talking about?
Among the examples, in California, a man associated with the right-wing anti-government Boogaloo movement viewed a Black Lives Matter protest as an opportunity to accelerate civil war, a civil war he believed was inevitable. Using a ghost gun, he attacked a federal courthouse during a racial justice protest in Oakland, killing one federal officer and later killing a Santa Cruz sheriff's deputy before being apprehended. In Delaware, members of the white supremacist terror group known as The Base plan to ignite a race war using ghost guns and other weapons. Their target, a Virginia gun rights rally.
Now, see, this asshat, that I remember that it was a VCLD lobby day that he's talking about. And they were supposed to be, the media pushed it was going to be this white supremacist deal. Turns out the ATF knew where these white supremacists were. They were nowhere near this rally. They didn't even show up to the rally day. So there were like 500,000 people that showed up in Virginia at the Capitol, left the place cleaner than it was when they got there. There was no incidents of anything violent that happened as far as any people there with guns. But you're going to bring this up now and try to claim that the base was, man, just at this point, dude, just kiss my ass. The only reason he can even get away with saying half this shit is because the large majority of this country is not informed.
Luckily, the FBI intercepted the group just days before that event. Authorities.
And that's a damn lie. The ATF didn't intercept any damn buddy. The ATF knew these guys were on another property 2 states over doing their little white supremacist shit, and we're not going to be anywhere near the rally. Bacon. Most of the people that are going to commit a crime with a firearm are just going to go get a fully built firearm, and they're going to commit the crime. The vast majority of crimes committed with firearms have jack shit to do with someone making their own firearm, unless you count the act of actually making your own firearm a crime, which is what these fuckers want to do.
He's discovered a treasure trove of homemade firearms and a lengthy internet search history about how to make ghost guns. In fact,
yeah, I'm sure that was in that dude's search history. How to make ghost guns. Yeah, let me type that into Google right now. I need to be on at least a couple more lists.
Our online investigation has shown that extremists discuss the benefit of ghost guns and share advice on how to make them. For example, on 4chan, an online platform popular with white supremacists, commenters have.
And again, notice how they're throwing shade at 4chan. White supremacist. Okay.
Have shared tips for building ghost guns amid a steady stream of racist, anti-Semitic, and homophobic slurs. So amid such a clear and expanding threat, we need action. We applaud the Department of Justice and the Biden administration for proposing concrete solutions to address this issue. We also hope that Congress will advance legislation to tackle the threat posed by all types of ghost guns, including the files that facilitate creation of downloadable guns and plastic firearms. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify before the subcommittee. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Splina. We'll have rounds of 5-minute questioning. We have a vote at 11:30, but I think we can go for a while. Let me ask you, Attorney General Shapiro, you just heard Mr. Vasquez say that you ought to be focusing on gun trafficking.
Had to check on the kiddos.
Do those guns impede your ability to go after gun traffickers?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman. We can walk and chew gum at the same time.
So he just killed the government's whole argument about ghost guns right there. Does it impede you? Nope. We can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. Why the fuck are we in this hearing at this point? Adjourned. Time to go. Sorry we wasted everybody's time.
In Pennsylvania, and we do just that. We have special units in my office dedicated to gun trafficking. I formed a special alliance, for example, with New Jersey Attorney General Gurbir Graywall, and we launched an initiative to focus on gun trafficking between predominantly Camden and Philadelphia, where we recently had an Operation Zombie, which netted us more than 26 guns and shut down a gun trafficking ring there as well. We can do both. We're also finding the gun traffickers are trafficking in these ghost guns. And remember, typically, if you're a criminal and you are in need of getting a gun, you either need to rely on a gun trafficking network or rely on a straw purchaser to go in for you.
The whole straw purchasing thing is a fucking misnomer in the first damn place. But yeah, you can't stop drugs or anything else from being sold. What the fuck makes you think you're going to stop guns from being sold on the black market? You fucking moron. Goddamn, Bob, if you had a big ass spider climb your leg, shit. If that was my wife, shit, she would have been shooting, man. She wouldn't have stopped.
Utilizing these ghost guns, which do not require a background check, you take the straw and the gun trafficker out of that equation, and the criminal can now buy the gun directly. So we can do all of the above, but we can't ignore ghost guns, which are a massive threat in our communities today.
You showed us the jig, which is, in a sense, the...
I still hope that Joker got that from JSD Supply. I need to be able to clip this and send this to Jordan and put like JSD Supply over the fucking picture. Hey, Bob, it wouldn't matter if it was my wife and it was a spider like that. She'd be missing the leg and done burnt the fucking house down by now. She does not do spiders.
Container that is used to make the frame by...
No, dumbass, that is not a container used to make the frame. That is a jig that is merely an alignment tool to ensure that you put holes in proper places. Fuck me running. These guys are so goddamn ignorant. It's not even funny.
Drilling holes that are pre-marked. Would you say there is any particular artistry or craftsmanship involved in making one of these frames using a pre-made kit of this kind?
No artistry, no craftsmanship, and Senator, very little skill is required. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I would like to see, since they're on this point again, I would like to see any of these assholes make one of these and actually have a functioning firearm at the end of it. Matter of fact, you bunch of douchebags, if you ever somehow saw this video, I will invite you to my shop. I will give you every tool necessary to properly manufacture one of these guns. You can have your phone, you can have YouTube, you can have any resources you want other than someone else building the gun for you. And I want to see you build said firearm. If I was a Republican in this hearing, I would have already had kits on every one of their desks and told them, all right, I want a gun built. A functioning firearm by the time this hearing is over. Get to work, you dumb sons of bitches.
How it really works. You go to the gun show, you go over to table A, and you buy this. You then go over to table B, you get the other parts. By the way, table B is this far away. And as I talked about in the example of the York County gun show, they'll assemble it for you right there.
Now, another complete fucking lie, because if someone is assembling that entire kit for you, they are in the business of manufacturing firearms and they are breaking a law. And if you saw said people do that, then you should have arrested them on the spot and charged them with said crime. What this idiot is conflating is like JSD, some of the gun shows that have been done where people will show you how to actually do a gun out of an 80% kit. He's conflating that with someone building the kit for you, which is an absolute fucking lie. And this now becomes part of the congressional record, which is a historical record. Let that sink in. This is history.
In fact, they had a criminal who was a white supremacist doing the work for you right there. So either they can do it for you there, or you could take it home, as was the example I used from Philadelphia, where they were buying them by the duffel bag load and assembling them there and then selling them for more than a 100% profit on the streets. I could have one of these put together within 20 minutes, and Senator, as my wife and kids will tell you, I'm not particularly handy. So if I can do it in 20, someone who's handy can do it in even.
I would like to see this guy produce a working firearm out of a kit inside of a week, much less 2 days, much less an hour. This guy's a complete sack of shit. And he's a lying sack of shit at that.
Less.
Mr. Spallina, you made reference to the prevalence of white supremacists, violent extremists making use of these ghost guns particularly. Why is that?
Well, Senator, these guns are optimal for those groups. They appeal to these groups precisely because they...
Okay. Couple things real fast before he goes too far. One, if you don't think he would suck a dick, he would at least hold one in his mouth till the swelling went down. And two, if you have ever built an 80% gun, he is who you are talking about, no matter what color you are, because if Candace Owens, as black as said chick is, can be a white supremacist, well, then any color can be a white supremacist. Extremist.
Are an end run around our federal and state laws. So if you are trying to stay off the grid, if you are trying to amass an arsenal without even your local gun dealer getting wise to it, ghost guns are a perfect way of doing that. And then when you use those firearms in crimes or terrorist acts, they're untraceable, back to you or your group.
Okay. Near as I can remember, and I can remember quite a bit when it comes to shootings and stuff that goes on, very few 80% guns have been used compared to the number of shootings, because they happen every single day. And what this guy calls an arsenal would be way less than what I have sitting 5 foot from me right now.
And I think you testified also about 3D printed guns. This is a new technology, spreading, more prevalent, and we should make clear that the proponents of these guns make the contention that they are harmless, they're hobbyists, but in fact, this kind of exception can swallow the rule involving background checks and all the other gun safety protections that we have. What is this 3D technology?
So 3D
technology, it's additive manufacturing. In other words, you are adding a material to manufacture a product versus something like this, where you remove product to remove material to manufacture a product. Again, something that is completely legal.
And first, let me just say, Senator, that the term ghost gun, which would apply to 3D printed guns or these unfinished frames and receivers, not a term that I made up. You can go to ghostguns.com or buy the Ghost Gunner. These are marketed this way precisely to people who are trying to
The ghost gunner and a lot of stuff is marketed that way because you guys came up with the term ghost guns, and we are fucking laughing at you for it, you fucking numbnuts.
Avoid regulation. But 3D printed guns, just like other forms of ghost guns, take all the artistry, all of the skills out of it.
I would like to see this guy work a CAD program like Mr. Snow and some other guys that I follow do. Control Pew, any of those guys. I would like to see this guy who's talking about there's no artistry involved in it, actually produce a file to print a frame. Even if you just download a file, you have to troubleshoot the printer because printers for 3D printing, I'm sorry, are not like something that is printing in ink on a piece of paper. There's a ton of things that can go wrong that you have to troubleshoot to be able to print said object. Like this. Yeah, to be able to do this, even though I just downloaded a file for it, there's a ton of other shit that I had to do to make sure the printer was printing properly and then to finish this out. And one of these days I will actually finish the whole thing. But yeah, there's a ton of other shit that I had to do. It's not like a fucking spaceship replicator off a starship where I can program in, oh, I need a fucking Glock 23, and it spits the shit out. Oh, if there are printers like that, please God, let me get one because I need a Barrett 50 cal and make it fucking snappy. I just want to be able to fucking put in the model number of the gun I want and have that bitch spit it out at me.
3D guns, if you have a master file that's essentially the blueprints of the firearm and you have the appropriate 3D printer, you can...
Oh, Bob, just because I saw that, if you're not on Odyssey, go over to Odyssey because Chairman Juan, Mr. Snow, a bunch of others, all their content's on Odyssey, and you can download their files, dude. They've got it set up pretty slick.
Print either all or part of a firearm. It is newer technology. It is less available to the end user, but it is there, and we are seeing fully operational firearms printed either in plastic or in aluminum.
My last question on this round is to Commissioner Harrison. Commissioner Harrison, what kinds of crimes have you found that these ghost guns are involved in?
Thank you.
The same number of crimes that cars are involved in, or pants are involved in, or shoes, or any other object that can be used in a crime. I don't know. Fucking nuts, man.
We're finding them, first of all, there are a large number of people who are illegally carrying them on the street, transporting them in vehicles, but we are seeing a percentage of homicides and shootings being committed with polymer 80s. And so, for example, in 2020, 15 ghost guns were directly linked to a homicide or shooting, while in 2021, 15 were linked through ballistics to another gun crime, and 17 have been linked to violence. This year, we're seeing an exponential increase in the amount of ghost guns we are recovering. 83 so far. The majority of them are being transported around the city in vehicles, and they're being used to commit shootings and homicides. And we're seeing a large number of people under the age of 21 and a large number of people who are prohibited by law from possessing a firearm or purchasing a firearm found in possession of them.
Okay. So let me get this straight. These people are committing shootings. They are committing murders. And you think they're worried about your gun laws? They've been committing shootings and murders for a very long time. Polymer 80, 80% arms, Anderson Manufacturing, anybody who puts out an 80% lower or receiver, that hasn't increased anything, you fucking douchebag.
And are using them in those homicides and shootings. Some of them are being left at the scene.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vasquez, I'd like to start with you. Thanks for your service to our country, and thanks for your willingness to testify in front of our committee today. There are a number of people, including you, who have raised concerns that this proposed rule could be the beginning of a national firearm registry. Could you explain why?
Yes, sir, and thank you for that question. And I'd like to expand on that somewhat. One of the things said earlier was that citizens were required to serialize firearms since the beginning of the Gun Control Act, and that's incorrect. 923I under the Gun Control Act specifies that only licensed manufacturers and licensed importers are required to put a serial number on them so that an individual could still manufacture or build his own firearm without having to put required markings on it. And as far as turning this into a registration, I know the burdens that has already been put on gunsmiths. There's a fine line between what is a gunsmith and what is a manufacturer.
Now, and that's something he's hitting on right there that is absolutely freaking insane. The rule was ATF was trying to use, or the rule of thumb for a while was, if you were doing a machining process that was actually creating metal chips, then you were manufacturing a firearm. So you needed an FFL. Right now, gunsmiths don't need an FFL. They can actually take people's guns in, they can work on them, sights, trigger jobs, new furniture, scope mounts, rails, cuts for optics, all kinds of shit. They don't have to be registered as a manufacturer. But it's getting to the point where someone could take in a firearm. Well, that's got an optic cut on it. So if that slide didn't have an optics cut and someone put an optics cut on it, well, then they just manufactured a new slide, is the way the ATF wants to look at this shit.
And the proposal was to have ATF, the ATF proposed was to give gunsmiths the ability to put serial numbers on homemade firearms for people who wanted to make their homemade firearm. And then they would mark these with a portion of their license and an annotated serial number. I could see in a very short period of time where ATF or Department of Justice would be contacting these gun dealers by their license number and asking them to produce the amount of firearms that they serialize for individuals on a daily or weekly basis. And then it comes, and like I said, when it comes to the point is, if I make my own firearm, I'm not required to serialize it. So why should I put a serial number and give it up to somebody else and have them put it in some type of registry?
Now, and see, that's what it's hitting on right there is, you have some companies that will serialize their own finished frames and receivers. You have other companies that will finish them out and then send them to another company that will serialize them for them. Those companies are covered up in work. They're doing millions of jobs every single year. For privately manufactured firearms, there are millions and millions of those done every year. These companies don't have the ability to be able to take on that much more work. The system would damn near grind to a fucking halt, which is literally what Democrats want in the first place. So they're getting what they want if something like this actually goes into effect, which, again, this summer, June or so, August, the rulings on unfinished frames and receivers comes down. So, yeah, we'll see how that lands then. But considering what the ATF is doing with suppressors right now, Form 1 suppressors, this shit's going to get fucking ugly. And it's going to get real ugly.
and that's what it becomes.
Now, to be clear, most firearms that are used to commit crimes are obtained illegally in order to circumvent the NICS background check system. So in many cases, they're stolen, or they're bought by straw purchasers, or they're purchased on the black market. All of these things are illegal under current law. Now, in light of this, how will serializing 80% lowers and requiring a NICS check on law-abiding Americans who purchase them, how will that make us safer?
Senator Lee, that is a great comment, because criminals do not fill out 4473s today, and they do not do NICS checks. So they will continually look for a loophole to find an illegal firearm. They are not buying firearms the way you or I would, and there will never be a shortage of firearms for criminals.
Okay, and this is something, and he's hitting on it kind of offhand right here. But the actual NICS check system didn't come in until the early 90s. So how did we survive as a nation until then without background checks? Even though the 80s, especially when the crack epidemic really got rolling, which the government actually had their hand in, how did we survive until then without all these damn background checks and you have to do this and the Brady handgun bills? Yeah, we did fine, and this shouldn't even be a fucking issue. As far as I'm concerned, I should be able to order a finished firearm from, I don't know, firearms.com and have it shipped right to my house like I'm looking at goddamn Amazon, and it shouldn't be a fucking issue.
As I said, I've traveled all over Central America and Mexico on behalf of ATF, and there was no shortage of foreign-made firearms. When they run out of firearms that they can attain in the United States, they will find other markets. Then it'll really get bad when they start bringing in these military-grade firearms made in China, Russia, Yugoslavia, and other.
And he's perfectly right there. Okay, you have people crossing our borders right now, toting around damn 50-pound bales of narcotics. How many freaking guns could I fit in a 50-pound bale that one could tote right across our open-ass damn border? If you can't stop the drugs, what makes you think you're going to stop the guns? The guns and the drugs go hand in hand. And if you think the cartels couldn't see profit in a firearms market, you're a fucking moron. Refer to one of my previous videos. Go to your kitchen, find the biggest, heaviest, hopefully cast iron pan that you own, and beat yourself all around the fucking face with it until you can have a logical thought, or you pass out and the rest of us don't have to fucking deal with you.
Countries, because criminals will always get the firearms they need to run their cartel organization.
Ms. Lubinsky, as you mentioned in your testimony, there were over 112,000 attempted straw purchases in 2017, including the San Bernardino shooters who enlisted a neighbor to purchase on their behalf. How many people were prosecuted for attempted straw purchases in 2017?
According to my documents,
12.
You want to know why there were only 12 prosecutions for straw purchases? Is because the background check system in the 4473s, as they stand, are a bunch of horse shit. And most of the time, what they are calling a straw purchase is simply someone buying a firearm for another legal firearms owner. Kind of like when me and my wife were dating, if I wanted to purchase her a firearm, I would have been a straw purchaser. Now that me and her are married, there's a little bit of a difference in it, but still I could be considered a straw purchaser if I purchased a firearm for my wife. whether or not she is a felon. And if you don't believe that, go back and listen to last Sunday night's stream about straw purchasers, where a guy bought a gun for his uncle. Both of them were legal gun owners. They even had FFL background checks done when the nephew gave the gun to his uncle, and they still prosecuted this guy and tried to put him in prison as a straw purchaser.
12 out of those 112,000. So they don't go after very many of those who do it. And so if they're not even doing that, it begs the question, why do we need more laws in order to cover what's mostly being done only by the law-abiding and would be more likely to be done only by the law-abiding here?
You were correct with that assertion. We all know that there are already laws on the books that are not being enforced, but this is also another issue because the terminology that's used in most of these laws that go around firearms parts and features, which is really something that is a 20th century phenomenon in gun laws, the wording ends up being so confusing, convoluted, that it ultimately opens us up to not really be doing what everyone's saying that it's doing. It basically waters it down and isn't accomplishing the goal that people who believe in a certain pro-gun control claim that it is.
Right. These do raise significant concerns. And the Second Amendment, which we've had in place since 1791, itself has roots in English legal history stretching back hundreds of years before that. We've got to be very careful before we tinker with that right.
Now he's getting into Blackstone's law, and Blackstone's law, which I haven't read a whole lot of, talked about firearms ownership and the fact that in England and other places that the monarchies could tell people who could and couldn't own firearms so they could control any opposition. That's in fact why we have a Second Amendment, which covers federal matters, not state. It covers federal matters.
Especially when we have to take into account what any proposed change in the law will do to the law abiding and what that would even gain us. Separate and apart from the constitutional questions, it's imperative as part of the analysis to look into what this is going to do who are already abiding by the law. And what, if anything, will a change to the law do to deter actual violent criminal behavior? I see my time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Lee. Senator Feinstein.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the reason that we're here, if we go back to 2018, the International Association of Chiefs of Police and the major city chiefs named ghost guns, quote, a public security threat, and called on lawmakers to take action. Now, the interesting thing is, since that time, the problem has gotten worse. A special agent from ATF's Los Angeles Field Division reported that 41% of their cases last year involved a ghost gun. 41% of their cases. So, Commissioner Harrison, let me ask you.
And again, she's lying her ass off about the whole ghost gun deal because she's not separating out privately made firearms versus firearms that have had their serial numbers removed. It's the same way that they lump in firearms deaths for suicide as they do for firearms deaths and violent crimes. They have to pump the numbers up.
Do you believe that the rise in ghost guns puts law enforcement at a greater risk?
Thank you, ma'am. I absolutely believe that it puts us at a greater risk. As we've seen an exponential increase, when you look at 2019, we only recovered 29, but in 2020, we've recovered 126. 2021, we've already recovered 83, and we have percentages of those guns used in violent crimes like murders and non-fatal shootings because they can't be traced. And so many young people are buying them either on their own or through some other person buying them on their behalf for the sole purpose of illegally carrying them and using them in violent crime. And so we know for a fact that that's happening on the streets of America.
How many people, excuse me, I had a burp again. How many of you guys know a lot of 18-year-olds, a lot of under 21-year-olds at this point, or even some 20 somethings? How many of them are actually good enough with tools right now to manufacture a firearm on their own? I guarantee you, especially considering where I work and the work that I do, there are very, very few.
And it puts us at greater risk because we lose the ability to track down who uses the gun, where they got it from, or all the way back to its origin, to be able to know why and how a person obtained that gun and hold.
Now, again, when they catch someone in commission of a shooting or murder, or whatever, they're going to subpoena that person's financial records. So someone purchasing a gun or a parts kit online, they're going to be able to track that. This isn't even a fucking issue. And it's not like a serial number on a serialized firearm can't be removed in no time with no skill. You basically have to identify something that looks like a digit and scrape it off with a fucking rock.
People accountable, not just the person pulling the trigger, but the person who obtained the gun for the sole purpose of passing it on to someone to use it in a violent crime.
Thank you.
That person is just as guilty, and it makes us exponentially more in danger.
Thank you. Attorney General Shapiro, how has the rise in ghost?
Yeah, dude, fire, you're right. I mean, if I'm an officer here, and here's my opinion about shit. Okay, if I'm an officer, I'm going to, especially in my area, I'm going to assume everybody is armed. When I interact with that person, I might run their name and everything else. And if they're a prohibited person, then I'm going to ask further. These guns aren't going to make any kind of difference into the danger of or the danger that law enforcement has to deal with. They're not. It's complete horseshit to even say that they will.
Guns affected law enforcement in Pennsylvania?
Well, Senator, as I mentioned in my comments earlier, we've seen a dramatic increase just over the last few years in the presence of ghost guns all across Pennsylvania. In the last year, we've seen a 437% increase in the number of ghost guns that we've recovered. And those are just what law enforcement has recovered. Senator Lee, in his questioning, talked about that balance between protecting liberty, I'm paraphrasing, sir, protecting liberty and protecting public safety and keeping these out of the hands of criminals. It is clear to me that this is a glaring loophole that criminals are taking advantage of by being able to ignore the straw purchaser, not have to engage with the gun traffickers.
Now, there's that term again, loophole, 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 loophole. They use that for every fucking thing on the goddamn planet. It's a loophole. Person sale. Well, that's a loophole. No, it's not a loophole. It's completely legal. You asshat. Yeah, Bob, PA needs to get rid of him, but I think he is actually running for governor of Pennsylvania right now. So we'll see how that shit goes. And yeah, you're right, Bacon. You can take percentages and you can inflate them to reflect the narrative you want to reflect. Unless you're telling me the exact difference in between the amount of privately manufactured firearms and the amount of firearms that were serialized that had a serial number removed, you're not telling me shit. You're merely playing with the numbers. And that's what these guys are doing, is playing with the numbers.
Simply walk into a gun show where at one table they would fail a background check if they bought the fully assembled firearm, but instead they walk over to the next table, buy one of these, no background check, and they're on their way. Or they buy it from someone who purchased it at the gun show. This is the weapon of choice for criminals. This is what we're up against in the real world. This is what's killing people. And all I'm simply here saying is, let's require people to have a background check. Let's make sure that criminals can't just simply walk into a gun show or go online and buy one of these when they otherwise would not be able to buy a gun. That's what we're up against. This is a real threat. This is a serious issue, and it is taking lives in our communities.
Thank you. You've made the case cogently. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator.
Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Feinstein. I understand that Senator Whitehouse is on remotely.
I am.
Thank
Oh, if you guys have not been introduced to Senator Whitehouse yet, yeah, thank me later for this one. And by the way, come out in PLA. Good to see you, dude.
you, Senator Whitehouse.
And I'm, there we go. Delighted to join you all. Thank you so much. In Cranston, Rhode Island, the police chief is a wonderful guy named Michael Winquist. And Michael tells me that untraceable firearms, referred to as ghost guns, have become the weapon of choice for individuals involved in drug dealing and other criminal activity. Commissioner Harrison, is that what you are seeing in Baltimore and hearing from others in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, it is. Not just used by drug traffickers and people on the street selling drugs, but they are by many people just carrying them on the streets of Baltimore, transporting them in vehicles, and we are seeing them being used in.
I like how he mentions just transporting them in vehicles. Like having a gun in your vehicle when you're going from place to place is somehow some massive crime. And yeah, Bob, yeah. If he makes it in as governor of PA, PA's fucked.
Non-fatal shootings and homicides. Perpetrators are sometimes leaving them at the scene. Sometimes some of our victims are in possession of some of them, but we are seeing an exponential increase year to year, starting in 2019 through 2020, now in 2021, of people choosing the polymer handguns or the privately owned made or ghost guns as the weapon of choice. More and more of these are being seen and confiscated, while we're still confiscating regular and traditional firearms.
Again, I did a video not too long back. It's probably last month. I went through 3,000 pages of documents doing controlled searches. I found more Barrett 50 cals being confiscated than polymer 80 handguns. So these motherfuckers are lying straight to your goddamn face at this point. They are spoon feeding you loads of shit.
This number is exponentially increasing really fast.
And again, in Rhode Island, we had a ghost gun trafficker who pled guilty after selling to an ATF agent an M16 machine gun receiver that he built for $2,800 was the fee. And he had promised to build more guns and to do more business. To what extent, I guess, Mr. Suplina, do you see this as a business model for people to create firearms outside of traceability and provide firearms to a criminal business?
Yeah, PLA, you're 100% right. They want the freedom, and that's what the guns represent to them. Like him talking about this dude manufacturing a M16. So what? If he wasn't selling that to a criminal that was going to use it in a criminal act, I don't see the fucking issue. Matter of fact, if I wanted to manufacture an M16, which, I mean, the parts are available, you can buy them. It's not all that hard. And I sold that to somebody, I'm still not responsible for what that person does with what I sold them. It is their actions. It is their responsibility. the same way that if I go to a car dealership and I buy a car that is capable of doing 100 miles an hour, and I drive that car in a 35 mile an hour speed zone at 100 miles an hour, the dealership is not responsible for my actions. It should be that simple.
Network.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for that question. Yeah, this is a business opportunity. You heard earlier from the Attorney General about the markup involved in these firearms, and that's because they are particularly appealing on the street. But let's take a step back. If you are seeking...
Because of their anonymizing characteristics.
Exactly.
The appeal.
Because they're unserialized, because there's no history associated with them. When you acquire a gun illegally through an underground network, you don't know where that gun has been or what crimes are associated with that gun through ballistics or otherwise. But
can I explore that with you just a minute?
Sure.
With you and I guess Attorney General Shapiro as well.
I'm going to stop that right there again. And I don't know whether you guys caught on his argument. He's talking about ballistics with a firearm, which is basically the marks left on a projectile after it's fired through a certain gun. And he's acting right now like that doesn't happen with ghost guns. Yes, it happens with ghost guns. Any projectile I fire through any of the ghost guns that I've made are going to have distinctive marks. You have to be fucking retarded to even try to absorb the arguments these asshats are making.
I served in law enforcement as our state's attorney general. We had full criminal jurisdiction in Rhode Island, like Delaware and Alaska. I was the U.S. attorney. I've done some work in this space. And one of the things that was very helpful in investigating gun crimes is the traceability of the weapon, either a gun that's left behind or discarded unsuccessfully at a crime scene that you can trace back to, in some cases, even the original dealer who sold it, which then gives you evidence to work forward and try to figure out who was at the crime scene, or ballistics, whether the projectile itself or the brass after it had been discharged by the firearm leaves marks that can be traced and cross-referenced. To me, that's a very important part of criminal investigation where shootings and murders have taken place. And to me, the families of people who've been killed are really owed that law enforcement use all these tools at its disposal to understand as clearly as possible who's behind these types of shooting crimes. How do ghost guns figure into that regime of evidence collection, analysis, review, and traceability that helps get to the bottom of fatal crimes?
Well, Senator, they don't fit into it. If you go and shoot someone with one of these ghost guns, you're not going to learn anything about the history of that crime gun from the E-Trace system, which is, I believe, what you were referring to, because it's not in there. It's unserialized. In fact, under state law here in Pennsylvania, I'm required by law to track all crime guns and to trace them. And indeed, we are unable to do that with ghost guns.
You're unable to do that with any firearm where they remove a serial number, which happens constantly with guns used in crimes, because criminals at least are smart enough to realize that if they steal a firearm from somebody, that removing a serial number will keep that from being tracked to the owner, tracked back to the crime of the theft, and then possibly tracked back to them. Yeah, when you understand what they're talking about and how firearms traces actually work, yeah, you can tell their whole arguments are bullshit. And yeah, PLA, what is a crime gun? fuck me. Whatever they define it as at this point, I mean, that's, yeah, I mean, it's sooner or later, any gun that you have in your possession is going to be a crime gun.
Because they are unserialized. That's the issue, that we are not able to do that traditional law enforcement work that you did during your time as Attorney General, that General Nerone.
And just to be clear, you do that in order to solve crimes and help victims, not to create some kind of weird national registry or database, right?
Fire, just because I saw your comment. And I can talk about it now. My wife was involved in a case. She was on a jury a couple of weeks ago in our town. Dude was shot 7 times, no shell casings found. And I told my wife at the time, the people that were around that shooting picked the shell casings up. And she thought I was crazy at that point. Why would they pick the shell casings up? Whole long story, yada, yada. They go through the trial, whatever. And she ended up talking to the DA about it. And the DA flat out told her, yeah, the people that were in that neighborhood that were around that shooting, they picked up all the shell casings because they don't want the police to be able to investigate this shit. Because as soon as that shooting happened, the whole neighborhood knew who got shot and they knew who did the shooting. But yeah, they made all the shell casings disappear because I'm pretty damn sure it was an automatic that dude got shot with. And yeah, they didn't leave any brass left on the ground for the police to even investigate.
Of course, we've had serial numbers on guns for quite some time. We don't have a registry. I'm not advocating for a registry. What I'm advocating for is crime victims. I'm advocating for safer communities. I'm advocating for keeping guns out of the hands of criminals. And to simply require a background check and the serialization of these guns will go a long way to doing that.
Thanks, Attorney General. And Chairman, thank you. Terrific hearing. Well done.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitehouse. Really appreciate your joining us. We have time for additional questions. I don't know whether there are other Republican members who want to participate remotely. Apparently not. I'll begin another round of questions. Let me begin where...
See, that pisses me off. Where are supposedly Republican representatives in here? Stirring up the stink, asking questions, interrogating witnesses, asking all the questions that you guys have said in the chat, that I've said in the stream. Where are these people at?
Senator Whitehouse finished. Mr. Suplina, you have been dealing with ghost guns and focusing on them for a long time. And I've been struggling with this idea that somehow putting serial numbers on them would lead to a national registry of guns for law-abiding citizens.
Again, this guy literally signed on to a bill to create a registry, or at least he's backing it. So he knows exactly what he's fucking saying, and he wants a registry. The ease at which these people can lie shows you just what kind of people they are.
Is there anything different about putting serial numbers on these guns that are homemade and sold by manufacturers or sold in gun shows that's any different from the system we have now for lawfully sold firearms?
No, Senator. And the regulations that have been proposed are just treating these ghost guns the same way we treat all other firearms.
So this concocted fear of a national registry seems like some kind of smokescreen, is it not?
That's correct. And serialization has been required on commercially sold firearms since at least 1968. And this would just apply that same rule to homemade firearms.
And
So, yeah, applying that to homemade firearms. So, again, much like suppressors in the ATF right now, if I decide I want to make a firearm at home, I have to send pictures off of everything I'm going to get approval from the ATF, get a serial number from them, and they're going to tell me to get fucked because apparently this unfinished frame is a firearm already, and I'm going to prison just for having that unfinished frame. These people are fucking insane. And yeah, no, dude, he's come out in PLA. He's being a condescending prick is what he is.
As Attorney General Shapiro and Commissioner Harrison have testified very cogently, law enforcement needs those serial numbers when guns are discovered at the crime scene in order to figure out who used them. And even if they are stolen or lost, the gun still can be traced to the previous owner, and that previous owner can be questioned, correct?
And if you question a previous owner who had his firearms stolen or his firearms lost, what information are you gaining at that point besides maybe a case number for a burglary or auto vehicle theft? It's still not getting you anywhere. You fucking crackhead.
That's correct. It's a very important piece of evidence in solving any gun crime.
Attorney General Shapiro, I think just very recently, you apprehended suspects, I'll call them suspects, alleged criminals who were using ghost guns. Could you describe that incident?
Senator, Mr. Chairman, there have been so many incidents of this. I'm not exactly sure which one you're referring to. We had one about a week and a half or so ago where we had very serious meth dealers in the Lehigh Valley who had $1 million worth of meth, which, for the record, is a lot of meth. They also had ghost guns on them and Nazi paraphernalia.
Again, let's breeze over the fact these people had $1 million in methamphetamine. At that point, they're not worried about your gun laws, you fucking numbnuts. They have enough methamphetamine to put them in prison for a life sentence. You think they are worried about anything else at that point?
These were serious criminals in our communities. And in order to foster their illegal drug trade, they were relying on ghost guns because it was the only guns they could get their hands on because of their criminal background.
No, wait a second. So now you're telling me that these people could get $1 million worth of methamphetamine and couldn't get any other gun but a ghost gun. I just caught that. I've seen this hearing before. I just caught that. So you're telling me they could get $1 million worth of methamphetamine and couldn't get a different firearm, one that had been commercially manufactured? I'm sorry. There are certain arguments. My brain, if you've ever put a bad dollar bill or a crumpled up dollar bill into a Coke machine and it keeps kicking the dollar bill out and won't take it, there are certain arguments that are made like his where my brain does the same thing. It's like trying to put a bad dollar in a Coke machine. My brain just keeps kicking it back out. It refuses to receive that argument. Because if you're telling me someone had $1 million worth of methamphetamine and they couldn't get a firearm from a fucking crack house, you're a fucking lying sack of shit. And the logic just does not work.
These ghost guns are not only these kinds of handguns, but often they are...
Somebody who is better with electronics than I am, someone clip him holding that fucking gun up like that and put a JSD sticker on it and send it to Jordan or post it to your social media because that shit's funny as fuck.
AK-47s,
That's correct.
correct?
That's correct, sir.
In fact, I recently saw an ad online for one of them. The seller of an AK-47 build kit announced that it was, quote, one of the simplest processes to date, end quote. The seller helpfully provides a video to help assemble it. Another seller boasts that with their AR-15 kit, quote, building time doesn't take too long. Within an hour or so, you should be breaking it in at the range.
Okay. So now he's playing in my world, actually building AKs. I would like to see the fucking team of goddamn Keebler fucking elves that can build an AK in an hour. Jesus Christ, Santa's fucking workshop has no fucking, they can't touch that shit. Between demilling a kit, prepping an 80% receiver, fucking pressing on barrel components, doing all the rivets, all that shit. I'm not the fastest on the planet. I could do one in a day, an average 8-hour day, if I really worked my ass off. That's how you know this motherfucker was such a lying sack of shit. Building AK is, I could build an AR out in no time. Give me a couple hours, I will bang you out an AR from an 80%. No problems. Building an AK where you have to prep a receiver, rivet in your trunnions, do the issues with fitment, yeah. That's how you know this motherfucker has no goddamn clue what he's talking about.
End quote. Have you seen these kinds of ads and sales?
We've seen these ads, we've seen these sales, and we've seen these guns on the street. I would just point out something that I think should hopefully be an obvious fact, but criminals oftentimes are weary of buying these online. I think, Mr. Chairman, you referred to an online advertisement that you saw. Why are they weary of doing that? Because it requires some sort of payment that you could then, in law enforcement, potentially trace back. More often than not, we're seeing the criminals at the gun shows, whether they're buying the AK style or they're buying this style, purchase these ghost guns with cash and then use them for criminal activity, oftentimes the same day.
And the cash can't be traced either.
That's correct.
If you're buying an AK parts kit and using it in a crime the same day, obviously we don't have the same definition of a day. Unless, again, you have these magic Keebler fucking elves running your production.
Commissioner Harrison, how do the men and women in your police force feel about these ghost guns?
Well, just like I feel about it, just like the chiefs across America, the men and women in rank and file of my department and many departments are concerned that because this is becoming the weapon of choice, it's going to make our job that much more difficult to hold people accountable. Just recently, the latter part of last year, our warrant apprehension task force executed a search and seizure warrant for a subject who had committed a non-fatal shooting. In there, we found a bunch of firearms, but 8 of them were ghost guns, or these privately made firearms. And we were unable to determine how he acquired them, where he acquired them, from who would have sold them or given them to him. Now, while we can do ballistics checks to tie them to other shootings, perhaps it is unknown to us how we hold people accountable who would have bought these guns, or even if he bought them for the purpose of selling them and putting them into the hands of other people. And what we're seeing is a large number of people under the age of 21 who are not allowed to purchase or carry a firearm now in possession of these ghost guns. So the men and women.
Okay. So just because they're under the age of 21. Now, understand everything you can do under the age of 21. At age 16, I can drive a car by myself. What's up, Bullrush? I can drive a car by myself. I can drive a 3,600-pound missile in traffic doing 75 fucking miles an hour. At 18, 17, depending if I have a letter from my parents, I can join the military. I can go overseas and fight. I can go kill people in combat. Somehow my firearms ownership is supposed to start at 21. That makes no sense to me. What the fucking ever.
Of my department, and as a leader in a number of policing agencies, talking to chiefs every week and every day, we're all very concerned that more and more people who should not have them are getting them, and more.
Yeah, fire. This dude's in Baltimore, Maryland. So, and he was over New Orleans until 2019. Now he's in Baltimore, Maryland. It shows you what this guy thinks about firearms.
More young people who otherwise would not be able to get them are getting them, and they're untraceable, and crimes are going either uninvestigated or unsolved.
Thank you. Mr. Splina, you mentioned in response to one of Senator Whitehouse's questions that the motive of the manufacturers of these ghost guns is hardly to promote the Second Amendment rights of people buying them. They're making these ghost guns because they're making money, correct?
This has become a very big business. Yes, Senator.
Yes, because any company that is in business is there to make a profit. That is how they keep the lights on. That's how they pay the bills. That's how they continue in business. He is assigning the motive that people making 80% lowers or receivers are there simply to supply guns to criminals, which is an absolutely insane argument. And Jordan should walk over there and punch him right in the fucking face for it. And I would love to see that happen.
It's a big business. It's growing and becoming more and more profitable, correct?
That's correct. We've identified, in fact, just last year, we identified 80 online sellers of ghost guns. That number's up to 100 this year. And the marketplace has not only grown in number, but it's grown in boldness too, right? You've seen now not just the receivers and frames, but full kits. You've seen the quotes that you mentioned. It's ridiculously easy to build. Anybody can.
Now, he's touching on the buy, build, shoot kits that the freaking ATF got onto Polymer 84 and some of the suppliers of those kits. That's what he's talking about. And I see no problems with those kits. Here's a bunch of parts. Here's a bunch of pieces. You can manufacture your own firearm out of these parts and pieces. What's the fucking problem? As long as you don't go murder someone with those, there is no issue. But again, these are absolute statists that believe in the power of the government over the power of the individual. And they all hate firearms, and these so-called ghost guns, they don't like the fact that they can't easily track those. Although, I mean, getting financial records is pretty damn easy for the government.
Do it. And we've seen those manufacturers appealing to the fact that these are, in fact, untraceable ghost guns.
So in their ads, in their sales pitches, they explicitly pitch that they're untraceable because they have no serial numbers.
That's correct, Senator.
That's one of their major selling points.
Right. And here's another issue, and I hate to stop at this quick again, although I have many times tonight. All right. Years ago, there were some manufacturers, I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about a firearm you not leaving fingerprints on a firearm. And I remember arguments from the Democrats saying, well, these are these are guns that they're advertising to criminals because they won't leave fire or fingerprints. What it was about was the fact that you have oils and acids on your hands, and when you touch components of a firearm, it can damage them. That was what the advertising was about. And here they are getting into pretty much the same argument over ghost guns, saying that these are advertised to criminals versus advertised to people like myself and many of you guys that just, we don't want the government to know what we have.
Yes, sir.
And why it's becoming a bigger and bigger business. Did you say more than 100 manufacturers are now?
More than 100 sellers online, yes.
Let me just close by saying, well, let me ask the ranking member whether he has any more questions. I would just close by, first of all, thanking all of you for being here today. What we're seeing in the surge and even explosion in the number of sales of these homemade weapons is absolutely stunning. I think it creates truly a threat not only to legitimate law enforcement, but really to any kind of gun safety protection, because it creates the ability to create a kind of fully visible black market.
Mm-hmm.
Guns sold to criminals in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
No checks, no background verification, nothing. And that's the reason that President Biden has acted to stop them, and why law enforcement is so strongly in favor of this new regulation. Your testimony has been very powerful. I thank all of the witnesses for being here today. And unless the witnesses have anything to add, I'll close the hearing. Senator Lee.
Ms. Lubinsky, can you tell us why Congress in 1968 decided not to serialize homemade guns?
Well, there's a couple of reasons that appear in a lot of these things, but it's important to state that a lot of the Gun Control Act was actually to stop importation of the firearms that were called Saturday Night Specials from coming into the United States. And it's important to note with this that a lot of that were striker-fired technology that had been around for a really long time. So serialization is not a be-all to end-all in terms of tracking a firearm. They were originally used as more of an assembly number on the firearm. Antiques that also include striker-fired guns, semi-automatics. These things all made before 1898, which was also added on during the Gun Control Act of 1968, can be fully functional firearms that are a lot of the terms that we talk about today as a concern for technology. These things as well are things that aren't necessarily traceable, because an antique, which again can be a semi-automatic, can be a striker fire, can have what's called a high-capacity magazine, these things are also not legally firearms.
Now, there's been some talk about the National Gun Registry, and we've had some people say that they don't subjectively intend to create a National Gun Registry with this regulation.
Yeah, Bob, dude, I'll check it in just a second. And as soon as I can start kicking that up the ladder, brother, I will kick it up the ladder. Because it's just hysterical thinking about freaking these jackasses. Oh, dude, I just checked it. That's fucking priceless. As soon as I get Jordan, that is going to Jordan. That is hysterical, brother. I love you. Thank you.
Change or otherwise. But that's not really the concern, is it? Doesn't it relate to where it might naturally lead?
Well, there are, concerns with serial numbers and the kind of forms that you fill out with the background checks. But ultimately, the serial number question it's interesting because the ATF is talking about in their latest proposal where to put a serial number on some of these things. And it's unclear where they think that that is important. And so a lot of issues coming in with serial numbers on these 80% firearms, because 100% do have serial numbers and do undergo the background checks. A lot of this conversation is where you put it, where the most important thing is, and it makes it just incredibly confusing. And as the ATF is discussing, and if you read their definition, it doesn't really provide any clarity on where and why it's important. And additionally, the new definitions are so ambiguous that they could include a lot of different things, and they are putting the power into the director of the ATF rather than Congress overall for how to determine whether or not you need to put a serial number on and whether or not these things are considered quickly assembled, or if there's filing and other processes that are used and made to, in fact, make a gun functional.
Now, again, she just hit on the quickly assembled, all that shit. When we started looking at the frames and receivers shit from the ATF, they were talking about 8 hours in a fully staffed machine shop. Would make something, if I could, where's it at? Okay. So if I could finish this out in 8 hours in a fully staffed machine shop, they want this to be a serialized firearm. In 8 hours in a fully staffed machine shop with CNC equipment, I could take a rectangular block of aluminum and make that same part. It's fucking insane. And Bob, dude, you fucking rock, man. Yeah, that's going to get sent out to a bunch of damn people. Yeah, Bull Rush. Yeah, you're right. She does kind of have the whole pig nose going.
Just because a firearm can be assembled does not mean it is functional. And if I may really quick touch on the conversation about ads and sales. And this is something that I don't typically, as a historian, use in order to understand reality. If Hiram Percy Maxim hadn't called his gun a silencer in his patent, in his marketing, we may not have as much regulation of silencers, similar to Europe, where in a lot of places you can buy them over the counter. But he used the term silencer because it was impactful to the marketing, even though it's not true. So a lot of things get marketed even though they are not true.
The fact that they're marketed that way shouldn't impact their legal classification or diminish the liberty of those who utilize those products.
Correct. Marketing slogans are used to sell products, but it does not mean that that is how they function. It does not mean that that is reality. And it's a question of whether or not the consumer can look through a marketing slogan and see and have autonomy in their own right to do the research and know what's reality and what's a product to sell.
Mr. Vasquez, in the minute I've got remaining, do you want to add anything to what Ms. Lubinsky said and what you've commented?
I don't know, Bob. That chick is actually, and I've seen her on a couple other things. She is actually really, really sharp when it comes to firearms, firearms technology, firearms law. I've seen her on a couple of things, and she's got her shit together. She knows her shit. Does it mean I don't want to see her naked? No, I'd love to see her naked. I have a serious redhead fetish, but that's just me. Y'all go on about your business.
Already today, with regard to the risk of the creation of a national gun registry?
I would like to talk about the gun registry and tracing real quick. If you look at how it's speculated that homemade firearms will be serialized by this new rule, it is very close to making a gun registry. Now, as far as tracing is not the end-all cure-all. Tracing a firearm will take you to the last commercial purchase, period. Majority of the firearms in commerce today are used guns or deliberately purchased as straw.
Goddamn Bull Rush, you're going to Me Too me now? Oh, man. Bob's going to Me Too me too? Shit.
Purchases. So those firearms, right then and there that it was a straw purchase, or this gun may have been sold 2 or 3 different times and entered in commerce. I have personally brought back disc loads of thousands of firearms from Central America where we entered them to the tracing database to attempt to do trafficking schemes. All of these firearms were entered and we had no source. They were never completed trace. And along with that, we keep talking about a gun without a serial number. How many of these firearms that are collected had the serial number ground off? That has not been discussed. So I know the tracing is not a cure-all in.
Dude hits a perfect point right there that I've hit many times. They're not separating out privately made firearms from those that have had serial numbers removed. Beautiful. Could I be as respectful in this hearing as he has? No, there's no fucking way.
Garbage in, garbage out is a magic term for the tracing data. And tracing data can be skewed by anybody in the manner that they request the data. So when we talk about tracing a firearm, the serial number is not going to guarantee that you can trace that firearm.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lubinsky, I'm going to give you an opportunity to clarify, as a historian, a little bit of what you've said. You're aware that the current background check system was adopted in the early 1990s, I think 1993, correct?
Correct.
Has it led to this massive national registration system?
Not currently.
And I think Senator Lee asked you earlier.
Now, this fucker asked that questions knowing that the ATF has like 1 billion goddamn records that they have in a searchable database, not a registry.
About 112,000 NICS denials, correct?
120,000, and that was specifically referencing straw purchases, yeah.
Are you sure whether that it was straw purchases or simply NICS denials?
I believe according to the government agency, which I can't remember the name of it right now, that it was straw purchases, but I'd have to check.
Yeah, I think you should check because I think you're referring to the number of denials, not necessarily the number of straw purchases, but we can check. And finally, are you a supporter of the background check system?
As a historian, I can
Well,
analyze.
as a citizen.
Well, it is. I don't really talk about my personal feelings because my job as a historian is to analyze it one way or the other. So I don't speak publicly on whether or not I support them, but I can speak publicly on the things that are on that background check form and when and how they're being used.
Are you aware that some 90 or 95% of the American people favor?
Yeah, Bull Rush, you are 100% right. They're not talking about Fast and Furious, where our federal government actually ran guns into Mexico to the cartels. They don't want to talk about that shit. Just sweep that shit under the rug. Fucking forget it.
Universal background check?
The universal background check, which is not being discussed today, but it's an interesting conversation because it gets back to the conversation of ghost guns and terminology that people feel like they can get behind without fully understanding the ramifications of that. And as I understand, which this gets a little bit into areas that are not necessarily historical, but there are issues within the way that the background check form is searched in terms of the lack of serial or the lack of social security number that is not required. And so before considering expanding universal background checks, you need to look, and like I said before with this, internally at the laws, how they're phrased. Are they working as they are? Are we enforcing those things before trying to make it bigger and grander and really put a burden on a lot of people that have to do that and may cause down the road an issue of can we keep up with that and are we actually accomplishing what we're trying to?
Let me just conclude by asking the three or two law enforcement officials who are here. Attorney General Shapiro, would putting serial numbers on ghost guns, in other words, eliminating ghost guns, help save lives?
Without a doubt. We see them cutting down lives every single day.
So wait a second, you motherfucker. You're telling me that if I have a serial number on something, I can't just go kill an innocent person with it? That's news to me or anybody else who's actually handled a firearm. But okay.
We're here asking the United States Senate for action. I've heard from the acting ranking member and others, critique of the ATF and their actions. I've heard critiques of the Biden administration. The surest way to deal with that is for Congress to actually do something and pass a law that's going to really have an impact on saving lives. And one of the best ways that this body could act to help us save lives is to have background checks on these ghost guns. That will save lives in Pennsylvania, and I would suggest across the country as well.
These ghost guns.
Commissioner Harrison, will putting serial numbers on ghost guns help save lives?
I think the chiefs across America and law enforcement executives, probably most, if not all, join me in saying yes to that, because we can absolutely hold people accountable for illegally buying them. And
Bull Rush, I'm actually not on any kind of blood control medications, blood pressure. I just drink a lot and smoke way too fucking much. That's why I'm not on a fucking bell tower at this point.
Illegally selling them and passing them on to people who should not have them or otherwise would not be able to get them, we absolutely believe it would save lives.
Mr. Sablina, based on your extensive experience with ghost guns, do you think putting serial numbers on them would help save lives?
Yes, Senator, I do. And as Senator Cruz said earlier, strengthening the NICS system is an important way of keeping the public safe. If you believe that the background check system can help save lives, then you have to believe that regulating ghost guns will save lives.
So the background check system, which 90% of the time comes back with false positives and hasn't stopped a single crime. I'm supposed to believe that serializing unfinished frames and receivers is going to stop crimes, much like I believe that the fucking Easter Bunny is going to come over to my house before I go to sleep tonight and jack me the fuck off. Sorry. Didn't mean to go there. But yeah, fuck me running. You can't leave my sense of humor alone and unattended. But yeah, this is more horse shit on top of more horse shit on top of some bullshit on top of a bunch of human shit. Did I mention shit yet?
Thank you. This hearing record will remain open for a week. We may have some written.
What are you doing? Quit spinning. Quit the spinny fucking thing. Although if it was a little bit more over
Questions for you,
from my
and we'll send them to you if we do. Thank you very, very much to all our witnesses and to my colleagues for joining us. The hearing is closed.
Thank you.
All right. So that is it, guys. You have survived. Fuck me running, man. I wasn't even paying attention to the time. That's 3 hours and 27, almost 28 minutes worth of, yeah, you guys get to eat the fucking pain with me. Thanks for Bacon. Thanks to Bacon again for naming the stream the Share the Pain stream. Yeah, I wouldn't plan on going through the whole stream tonight, but hell, I still had beer, so we kept drinking and going through it. Boris, yeah, that's a mental image you will never get out of your head. And neither will I, no matter how much bleach I inject into my fucking eyeballs at this point. So, yeah, that is, so I'll have to find another hearing to listen to next Sunday night, because next Sunday I'm going to do the same thing. It'll be another Share the Pain stream. And I've got another one, I think, on concealed carry that actually went to some of the district courts I think we'll be listening to. Yeah, it just keeps getting better and better with these jackasses. They went straight from this hearing, which I watched this hearing when they did it, to putting in legislation to ban ghost guns, to ban any kind of unserialized frame receiver, fucking paperweight. You guys know, these asshats don't. I could go slap the upper from my AR on this right now, and there's no way this could fire a single round. You guys have to be as big a fucking sadist as I am. I swear to God. I love every single one of you. Rum helps. I haven't switched to rum yet. I've just been kicking it with the beer tonight, but rum could be a possible suggestion for the next goddamn stream because holy fuck, this shit will make your goddamn head hurt. And you realize, you assholes, there's a fucking post at the top of the stream with the link to it to jump in this shit with me. You could actually talk and hang out and deal with this shit. Yeah, Bull Rush, I'm probably am a masochist. What is it? Sadist like to see shit done to other people, or is it masochist? Fuck, I'm dyslexic. It goes both ways, I guess. Hold on, let me see something. Hold on, where the fuck's it at? Just to do it. And I'm gonna do a video on it shortly. Let me go to my bookmarks. Where's it at? Okay, so the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, has a site you can go on and you can compare like 3 causes of death or 3 states against one another as part of their research. And I was diving into it over gun deaths. And again, they prove that they can't be actually intellectually honest with the data. Yeah, Bob, dude, you could have jumped in, man. I'll hang out with fucking anybody. I'm a fucking lunatic. But yeah, the CDC has this site. I'm going to do a video on it later because I'm going to compare some of the statistics they use over gun deaths and all this other bullshit. And I'm going to show you how actually intellectually dishonest these assholes are being. Just to drive, because you guys know it already. Fuck, man, you guys are as awake as anybody. But I hope maybe some fucking rando will see one of these streams or one of these videos and it will wake them up. Bacon, I love you, brother. The fight isn't over. We still got plenty of people we got to wake up. So that's the reason I started this shit. Blame Crump for it. Hold on. Bull Rush, where you at? Add a stream. What's up?
It's some bullshit, man.
It's always some bullshit, brother.
Oh, I fucking hate it. You're a fucking masochist, though, man. Because like you're doing this shit almost nightly.
Oh no, well, I do the research nightly, but the Share the Pain stream, I think I'm going to keep it on Sunday nights. So therefore, you guys can go into the week the same way I go into it, pissed off and ready to fucking kill shit.
It'll be our Sunday penance.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. I mean, if you don't have like Ash Wednesday, you got Share the Pain Sunday.
Ugh. Shit. I'm not gonna get that mental image of that fucking rabbit and you out of my head for a while. So thank you for that.
Hey,
I
man,
appreciate that.
I do what I can. I'm just saying I share. I'm a very share person. and anything I can put into your head that will fuck you up, I am more than willing to do it.
I mean, it's it's bad enough that you got like fucking Sidney Blumenthal with his fucking skin about to come off of his fucking lizard face.
Oh, that motherfucker is like goddamn Skeletor.
I think he's a lizard person, but like his skin is just his human skin is just like stretched like really tight over his head.
Oh man, yeah, absolutely.
He must go to the same doctor that Nancy Pelosi goes to. The work is identical.
Oh yeah, it is. Although I don't think Cindy drinks as much as Nancy, and that's coming from a person who drinks as much as I do.
Bro, no one drinks more than Nancy. What the fuck are you talking about?
That bitch is fucking drunk every goddamn day of her life. It's not even funny.
She's at the point now that if she stopped drinking, she'd probably die.
Oh yeah, dude, the DTs would kill her.
Yeah,
the detox. Yeah, if she went a fucking brunch, not even making it to lunch, if she went a brunch without drinking, the shit would fucking kill her.
Yeah, you're like fucking JV or varsity high school compared to her. She's all pro.
I haven't even made it past elementary concerning her. Shit.
But it just kind of amazes me though, because like these people are morons, and they're making laws for us.
Yeah,
you have to abide.
They're the people who know the least about the subject, and we are giving them the power to make laws to put us in prison and take all of our freedoms away. I'm sorry, I can't fit that into my fucking head.
Well, I mean, at some point, you just got to say, go fuck, tell them to go fuck themselves, and just start being defiant about this stuff.
Yeah, and there's a lot of us that are. I mean, I'm sure you are in ways. I am in ways. There are many others that are. It's the civil disobedience.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recognize your dumb shit, so I'm going to do what I want to do, and you can fucking get bent at this point.
Well, it's something I always say is like people are always worried about like they're like, well, I have this amendment right, and this amendment guarantees my right for free speech and freedom, Second Amendment rights, freedom to defend yourself and stuff. But it's like that's all well and good, man. But it's like historically, history shows us that you don't have any rights except the ones that you're willing to defend.
Yeah,
and violently if necessary. Violently if necessary. It's just it all goes back to the whole might is right kind of thing.
Well, I mean, we've always, humans are still animals. Every animal has the right to defend themselves. Every animal has the right to go about their daily lives.
It's a natural right.
Yeah, it's a natural right.
But you got people like what we just saw there. They don't see it as a natural right. Or even if they do, they don't think we should, people should have that right, because it's basically a threat to them and their authority.
Yeah, it's a threat to their power.
So
because they want the power and they want the control, and that's what it comes down to.
And the thing is like there's not a piece of paper or anything that's gonna make them stop if they want to take it away from you.
No,
that's what I'm saying. It's like we're rapidly getting to the point to where we're just gonna have to start doing the violent defending of these rights and stuff, especially the Second Amendment.
Well,
it's just ridiculous.
That shit's already happening. I mean, if you look at some of the red flag laws that have been passed, and some people that have stood against them, that's already happening. Now, where it comes as more of a countrywide movement, that's going to take a lot more. You're going to have a lot of command and control. You're going to have a lot of logistics there.
I think we're going to have a lot more Ruby Ridge incidences.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because if you look at Ruby Ridge, you're talking about a guy who was basically charged with selling a couple of short-barreled shotguns, and they killed his kids and killed his wife over it.
Yep.
And then he was never convicted over anything when he went to court.
Nope.
So, and then all that shit gets swept over to the side.
Yeah, Ruby Ridge, Waco.
And see, Waco was another one. I mean, they had David Koresh. If he was really the child molesting fuck that they talked about, I completely agree with his ass going to prison. Now, they had his ass where he had a jogging regiment where he was away from the compound about every morning.
Mm-hmm.
They could have hit him then, and not lock that compound down, and then ultimately fucking burning the place to the goddamn ground. There were a lot better ways to handle that shit.
Well, I mean, you had the FBI in charge of that shit, so not really. Like,
Well,
it was good.
You had the ATF, you had the FBI.
All the alphabet boys were out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all of them were out there.
It was like a family reunion.
Yeah, they went on this fucking dynamic entry bullshit when if that dude was really the piece of shit that they talked about, and I got no love for the dude. Even with a bunch of the research I've done, I've got no love for him.
Mm-hmm.
But there were ways you could have handled that without putting everybody in that compound in danger. They
definitely.
To a certain coffee shop all the time. They could have picked him up right then and been done with the whole fucking situation.
Yep, absolutely. But they chose violence.
Oh, yeah. And the government's always going to choose violence because they have a monopoly on the shit just about. Not completely, but the majority they have a monopoly on. That's the reason you can get so many speeding tickets or so many parking tickets and they can put your ass in prison.
Yeah.
Because you refuse to pay them their dues, and then they can send people with guns to come get you to force you to do something.
Right. Which is kind of that in itself is kind of a ridiculous thing to begin with. It's like it's not even like it's a victimless crime basically.
Yeah, and there shouldn't be a such thing as a victimless crime. But Bob, yes, COOP, COOP, not COOP, not COOT. I got you, brother. It's okay. Ain't nothing to it. But yeah, when you're looking at a crime, when you're looking at something where you are willing to take a person's freedom and liberty away, there should have to be a offense and a victim.
Yeah.
Whether it's a crime where I don't know, I rob someone's bank account of money, or I point a gun in someone's face and I rob them of money. There should have to be an offense and a victim before the government can take my freedoms and rights away.
Right. They well, it's like the whole thing with like even like with speed limits and stuff like that. It's like we had cars and traffic and vehicles and stuff like that, and we didn't at a certain time we didn't have speed limits. Why do we have speed limits? Like I don't need to be told to go 20 miles an hour in a residential zone because I know that there may be people walking around and kids playing and shit, so I slow it down.
Well, and that comes to your personal decisions. That comes to how you interact with society. And that's the way it should be. You know, if I'm traveling through a zone that's marked as a school zone where there are school buses and everything else, obviously I'm going to slow down because I don't want to run some kid over.
Yeah.
However,
try living with that shit, you know?
Yeah. However, if I'm doing 5 miles an hour over the speed limit and I travel through that school zone and I don't hit a kid, you shouldn't be able to fucking jack me up over that shit.
Yeah, it's like you haven't done anything wrong, you know?
No.
But that's like nanny state kind of bullshit, though. You know, it's like same thing with seatbelts and shit. It's like
that's what I was about to say. Yeah.
You know, it's like I wear a seatbelt because seatbelts work from you fucking flying through a windshield, and they work pretty good, you know. So as a safety device, yeah, I'm gonna use one. Like you don't have to give me a citation to make me wear a seatbelt. And even if I didn't want to wear a seatbelt, that's my choice because I'm a grown ass adult.
Yeah,
I accept by doing so. I accept the risk of what might happen if I were to get in an accident and not wearing my seatbelt.
Seatbelt laws, helmet laws, a lot of shit like that are, to me, they're insane because if I'm an adult and I want to take that risk, that's on me.
Yeah.
Now, something like a car seat for your child, I can see that because
Right.
if I don't strap my child into a car seat that could protect them, well, it's not just my life, it's their life.
Right.
So
And
I
yeah.
see shit like that. But if it's me and I'm not wearing a seatbelt, fuck off. If I want to eat the damn steering wheel or the damn windshield, that's on me.
Yeah. It's just well, it's kind of silly though, because like then if you're gonna make laws like that, then why not make laws like saying you can't eat Tide Pods or that you can't slap yourself upside the head with a skillet in the morning?
Don't eat fast food because you're going to become a fat fuck.
Yeah.
Don't drink too much beer because you're going to become a fat fuck. And that's a serious issue that needs to be addressed, but no one talks about.
Yeah,
Right.
I had a conversation with some last week, and I asked them, do you think we're more free now than we were 100 years ago? Like, do we have more liberty now than we did 100 years ago? And he thinks we have more liberty now, and I disagree because I think personally, I think the government's more intrusive now inside our lives than they ever were 100 years ago.
Dude, they're way more intrusive now than they ever been. Give me just a second. Take care of something. Keep everybody busy.
All right. Some fucking ABC boys after him now. He done fucked up. Fucking pray for him, dude. But no, it was just that was an interesting conversation with that guy because he didn't think the government is very intrusive and we have more freedom now than we did 100 years ago. And then like 2 or 3 minutes later in the conversation, we were talking about the NSA spying on American citizens, and he was like, "Oh well, they've always been doing that." And it's like, yeah, but like you're okay with that, and you don't think that that's part of like government intrusion. It's like the complete separation. You know, it's the cognitive dissonance on his part. It's like, so that's all right, but like you still think we live in a free society and stuff with low government involvement. It's like it's retarded. It's like that's what they want you to think though. It's like and it just fucking, I don't understand it, like how you can't make that, like a grown adult like him can't make the connection. To help me with that illegal thing. Morningstar's a fucking glowworm, dude. Fucking confirmed, dude. The goddamn glowworm.
Not the glowworms.
Yeah, Morningstar's a glowworm. Look at him. To help me with that illegal thing. Fuck you. No, I was telling the chat of the conversation I was having with that guy pertaining to more or less freedom and government involvement and stuff, and he thinks that we have more freedom now than we did 100 years ago, and we have the government involvement was, and I disagreed, but it was funny because like 2 or 3 minutes later in a conversation, you saw his cognitive dissonance whenever the subject changed to the NSA spying on American citizens in country and stuff. Whenever all that stuff came out, and he was like, "Oh yeah, but everyone knew that before ahead of time. It was, you know, it was no big deal." I'm like, dude, you have your federal government spying on their own fucking people, man. It's like, but you're okay with that? Like that's not a problem, you know? And I'm like, how would you like it if I like listened in on your phone conversation with your old lady and stuff all the time, you know?
Well, and
like,
that's
you wouldn't like that.
That's what they're doing. And
But it's like the cognitive dissonance on his part. I'm just like, it just blows me away, dude. It's like, that's fine. And yet 2 or 3 minutes beforehand, you didn't think the government didn't have much involvement inside our lives. Like, not only do they have more involvement now than they used to, but it keeps growing. Like, people, they're illegally looking in on your phone and stuff. Like, they're spying on you.
Yeah. And then the NSA, which they had to admit in a congressional hearing, last year before, they basically had to admit that they are collecting any electronic data, which for us these days is our phone communications, our shit on the computers right now, live streams, all that shit. They're collecting every fucking bit of it.
Yeah, and people are fine with that.
Yeah.
It's like, well, they've been doing it for all these decades anyway. It's like, yeah, but it still doesn't make it right, you know?
Well, a lot of people have the opinion, well, I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not saying anything illegal. So
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. Well, what they don't realize is much like CRS, to use him as an example, he didn't say anything illegal, do anything illegal. But the government can go back in and say, well, you said something we think is illegal, so we're going to put you through this big court shit, bankrupt you, turn your life inside out.
Yeah, because they don't have to convict you. They can make the process the punishment.
Yeah, and that is the perfect deal. The process is the punishment.
The legal process can be the punishment. And I think that's another thing that really seriously needs to be reformed in this country is the legal process. It shouldn't bankrupt you as a private citizen if the federal government or any government for that matter brings charges against you.
No, I think we seriously need to go to in a lot of or hell, in every case, a loser pays system. So if the government charges me with a crime and I am proven innocent, government pays for the whole deal. I'm not out anything. And then I can still sue for damages on top of it. If someone charges me with a crime, or they say I robbed them, or some chick says I raped them, and I'm proven innocent, well, guess what? They pay the bill on the whole deal, and that motherfucker does the time that I would have gotten.
Yeah, 100%.
That is the shit I would add on top of it. They do the time that they wanted me to do.
Definitely, especially in the case of like false rape charges and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
even if they get cleared, man, like it's devastating to the rest of their life, man.
Oh well, if you look at the shit that's happening in colleges, especially in colleges for the past decade, a guy can get accused of sexually assaulting a girl. His life is ruined. All she has to do is make the claim that he did that. Even if he's proven innocent, you look at the case of like North Carolina, where the stripper accused them of rape and all this shit. Even though they're proven innocent of the whole deal, there's no evidence, they're proven innocent, their lives are fucking toast. And they spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting that shit.
Yeah.
So
it's that stuff like that has been weaponized, and the reason why it's been weaponized is because the people weaponizing the rape charges and stuff like that, they don't get any repercussions from it. They don't see it. I mean, because they did it they did it to a Supreme Court nominee for Kavanaugh. They did it to Kavanaugh, and it was like brazenly bullshit. You know?
Well, yeah, and all of them admitted after he was confirmed. They all admitted that it was bullshit.
Yeah, and the main girl even admitted it afterwards, and she still. And that's the thing that was like even during the confirmation hearing, like her testimony was refuted flat out to be a lie because like nothing they weren't able to corroborate anything that she was saying.
No,
and she should be in jail, dude. Like she's still walking around, but she should be in jail.
No,
Serving-
she should be in jail for the exact amount of time that she wanted to put him in prison for.
Yeah.
She should get the same shit. If you're going to falsely accuse me of something, then you should get the amount of time that I would have been in prison for. I am 100%. If someone wanted to sign a bill today that said that shit, I would be 100% beside it. Because if I want to falsely accuse someone of some shit, I ought to do the time that they would do if they were proven guilty of it.
Well, I mean, she should have been in jail for perjury.
Yeah.
First and foremost.
At the very least.
At the very least, she should be in there for perjury. And like it's nothing, dude. It's like, so, I mean, when you see stuff like that, I mean, it's just a breakdown of the justice system in general. It's like, how can you take these fucking clowns seriously? You know, it's like,
well, you can't take them seriously. If you're a rational person, and yeah, Bob Clinton, both of them should be in fucking prison forever for the amount of shit they've done.
oh yeah, 100%. Like
those bastards.
It's not just them either. It's a lot of fucking.
The biggest thing about the Clintons is like part of my family are from Arkansas. They knew the Clintons were dirty back in the early 80s into the 90s. They knew they were dirty. And then these assholes get into the presidency. You know, Hillary does her shit. She becomes a senator. They're running the Clinton Foundation, which is obviously money laundering. Now, if me and you did that, oh, goddamn, we're going to fucking prison. But those people, no one's going to touch them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's just it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, yeah, I mean, I understand like life isn't fair and shit. I get that, but you know, if you want to have like a society and having like a successful society, you have to have law and order, and it has to be. At least on the outer surface, it at least has to be fair and equitable and net out to everybody. You know, once you start picking winners and losers through the justice system, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, it has to be the same for every single person.
If the integrity of the justice system, it's like the voting system. If both of those processes once they become their integrity has started to be questioned, it's just a matter of time, man. It's like it's going to collapse in on itself. And it's basically, it's not that the justice system doesn't work, it's just that the people in it, it's just they're corrupt, man. You know,
well,
it's from the inside out.
Yeah, the fact is, in the United States, we still have the best justice system on this planet. We do.
But we also have the most laws out of any Western civilized country in the world. Not by a little bit, but by a lot.
And that is one of the huge things. And then you have prosecutors who will freaking charge somebody with some shit and then create a narrative around that charge so that they can sway a jury, even though it's not legal, even though the facts don't fit the case. They can sway a jury and they can put someone in prison for it.
Yeah, because all they're just looking for the W. They're looking for the win.
They're looking for the W, and that's what it is. They are looking for the win. And that we've seen that with a lot of cases in recent history that have been very publicized. And we don't see it in a lot of the cases that haven't been publicized.
Yeah, it's the ones that don't get publicized that are very interesting. Because the ones that are, it's just bullshit, man. Like,
well, if you look at like just to bring Kyle Rittenhouse up as an example, okay. I'd been watching live streams of all these riots for like months before Rittenhouse happened. the matter of fact, the night it happened, I remember it distinctly. I'd been watching videos of the riots and just got into the shower. And I had my phone on the counter playing still audio. And I heard the shooting. So I went back and watched what happened that night. And it was like, that was a clear case of someone defending
Self-defense.
themselves.
Oh yeah,
That was
yeah.
clear self-defense.
It should never went to trial.
Yeah.
You know.
And then you have a prosecutor, Binger, and fucking Lunchbox's fat fucking companion.
Because there wasn't a single self-defense expert out in the nation that disagreed with that being a clear case of self-defense.
No, it's no different from like me carrying a gun every day. If someone goes for my gun, the only rationale for that is they have ill intent. So I should have the right to defend myself or others, because if they're going to go for my gun, they're going to possibly shoot me or people around me. Doesn't matter whether it's concealed or out in the open like Rittenhouse was. So if you've got someone diving for your gun, I'm sorry, dude. You just you played the lottery and your shit came up way short.
Absolutely. It's yeah, I don't know what to say about that. It's like it's so obvious to anybody, even to a layperson, you know.
Well, the problem is, the problem is a lot of times when we talk about lay people, they're in a lot of other circles, we call them normies. They're just not informed about anything. So when they're headline readers. They read a headline, they never read the rest of the story. And the media is great about that shit. They form a headline knowing people are only going to read the headline. And these normies back up that story through their votes, through their advocacy. They never read the whole story to figure out the facts.
Yeah. That's that's on them though, you know. That's what I'm saying. It's like we can't control those people. We can't make them read multiple sources to get the answers or to get to the truth of the matter. We can't make them do that. Like it's like we can only control what we do, you know. What I do, what you do.
Yeah.
So, it's going to come. The thing is, it's going to eventually come to bite them in the ass. All of us, really. Because when you got two disparate groups of people in a country that's like on two separate programs, they're reading totally different information, and they're being fed that stuff, and it happens on both sides, you know. And but
yeah,
you got people on both sides you have both sides that are headline readers, and they don't check other sources, and they don't read about anything. They don't educate themselves.
Yeah, and I might piss some people off, but yeah, you've got the people who will read every headline from CNN, and then you've got people who believe in the whole Q theory. QAnon, what the fuck ever. And that might be extreme on some ends, but that's the two ends that we deal with a lot. Instead of people people don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to ask the question why.
That's the problem, though. People don't want to think for themselves.
No, they don't.
And that's an epidemic on both sides. People don't want to think for themselves.
Whether it's right, whether it's left, people don't want to think for themselves.
Because it's tribalism. It's just tribalism, though, for a lot of them. It's like as long as it jives with my side's narrative, then it's correct.
If it confirms a bias that I have already, then I'm going to go with it instead of looking at something, asking a question, doing some research, and going, Jesus, even though I didn't agree with that at first, well, this evidence points me in another direction, so I can understand it now.
Well, how, that program you just showed us, that was recent, correct?
That came in. I'd have to look at the date in it. It was 2021. It was
Okay.
earlier in 2021. But the reason I went back through that is because we're fixing to come down with all the ATF decisions on frames and receivers this summer in like June or August. I can't. I'm fucking dyslexic, so I can't remember what comes out first: frames or receivers, or the pistol braces. Jared with Guns and Gear or Guns and Gadgets. He's got all that shit locked down on his channel, which if you guys aren't following Jared with Guns and Gadgets, you should be, because that dude is fucking, he's got his shit nailed down.
The reason I asked, I just think it's retarded that like people are paying attention to a fucking war that's going on the other side of the fucking planet. It has nothing to do with them.
Yeah. Nothing.
We're just about nothing. And there's like indirect issues, but who cares? It directly has nothing to do with them. And so they're willing to pay attention to that, but they won't pay attention to stuff like this that's going on.
No.
This shit here actually directly affects them.
Yeah, they won't pay attention to the ATF fixing to put people in prison over completely lawful products. But they're going to pay attention to shit happening with Russia and Ukraine. Even though Russia has been involved in Ukraine since, the early 40s or so. Now, since 2014, they invaded Crimea. And it's all about resources.
Again, I don't give a shit. Like, I really don't care. Like,
no,
that's the thing is here's the thing. Like, I've always heard like the ATF I've heard the stories about the ATF being a bunch of assholes and stuff like that. And then I started watching your show here, or your channel here. And I'm like, dude, these motherfuckers they're fucking pieces of shit. Like they're like evil, Like they don't give a shit. They're sitting here changing, they're reinterpreting laws and stuff like that. And just because they want to, no congressional process or anything like that. There's like, nah, we're just going to interpret it this way.
Yeah. That they can, then that's
and not tell anybody.
Yeah, that's the whole Chevron deference that some guys brought up tonight, because they can just reinterpret shit as they want.
Yeah. But that's not their job, though. That's outside their purview.
The only thing
you imagine that, like if local law enforcement started reinterpreting fucking laws, how much of a goddamn how chaotic environment that would be for people. If they just started reinterpreting, your local law enforcement started reinterpreting laws and stuff. Holy shit! Like, nah, we're going to read it this way and we're going to apply it this way, even though it was written this way, because reasons.
Yeah.
Like, what authority do you have of that? Well, we have guns. Oh, okay. It's going to be like that then, because that's basically what the ATF is saying. They're like, we can reinterpret it like this because we have guns.
Yeah, they have a monopoly of violence.
Well, I don't think they have the. Well, here's the thing though. It's like they really don't have the.
Not all the way.
They don't have the monopoly on violence. The American people have the monopoly on violence. They have the authority to use violence, but we also have the authority to use violence as well.
Well, when you look at it, okay, so if the ATF showed up to my door over me building one of my ghost guns that I built in the last little while, they have the legal authority to use that violence. Me reacting to their violence and using violence of my own, typically in a court of law, I would not have the right to use that violence against a state authority. And that's where it ends up to.
Well, the way I look at it is like the state authority or whatever, federal authority or state authority has proven time and again that it's corrupt. So in my mind, it's a corrupt system. So it's basically null and void.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I look at. That's why I look at ATF. Like they're essentially a homegrown terrorist organization.
Yeah, and they're state sponsored terrorists.
State sponsored, yeah. And like I don't recognize anything that they do. You know.
No, it's.
I find it crazy that there's like actual Americans willing to work at that work for that bureaucracy. You know, like how can you work for a place like that and then go fucking home and sleep well?
Because there are a lot of people that like power and they like authority, and they will take any chance to use it. They're the fucking hall monitors you dealt with in fucking junior high and high school. And they just got badges and guns now, and that's all it amounts to. Barney Fife to the max. Only they have all the bullets in the gun instead of in their pocket.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I just don't. I don't see. Like I understand they have authority, I just don't recognize it.
Well, you know, the government has a place, okay? Government agencies have a place, but they're so far outside of their norms or what they should be.
Oh yeah.
That say if I manufacture a machine gun, if I take this 80% paperweight, I'm trying to hold the camera. If I take this 80% paperweight, okay, if I manufacture that into a machine gun and I never hurt anybody else with that machine gun and I shoot it on my own property and, you know, it never hurts anybody, why should that be a crime?
Well, if to look at it another way, it's almost like a pre-crime. You know,
it is very much
almost pre-crime. It's because it's assuming it's already assuming you guilty before innocent.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the hearing we went through tonight, they want to lump anybody who did an 80% in with a criminal who is going to shoot and murder people.
Right.
They want to lump all those in the same group.
Yeah, because it's easier that way.
Yeah, it's what they call it, the no tolerance laws.
Mm-hmm.
We went through those when I was in school. There's zero tolerance for fighting. So wait a second. Some dude jumps on me, and I went through this personally. Some dude jumps on me, I defend myself. You suspend both of us. Instead of saying, well, this person was the aggressor, you were the defender, so we're going to suspend the aggressor.
Because there's like anytime usually whenever I see like zero tolerance to anything, that indicates that basically is saying to me, we're too fucking stupid to discern nuance, so we're just gonna lump everybody in.
That's 100%. You're 100% right.
We can't discern nuance. We're not intelligent enough to do that. So fuck y'all.
Because I had a couple of cases where when I was in school, junior high and high school, where someone jumped on me, I defended myself, and I'm suspended too.
Yeah, that's not justice, man. That's not. I mean, if you want to,
I wasn't the aggressor. I was,
right.
And at least in one case, I was walking down a hallway and got blindsided. I had no ill intent towards anybody. I'm just going to class, and I get jumped on. I defend myself. Oh, all right. Get suspended too. Why? Because I didn't take the ass whooping. Well, even if I took the ass whooping, I was still involved in the fight, so I get suspended too. What fucking sense does that make?
It's not rational. It's not any rational sense at all. It doesn't
rationale to it.
Yeah, there's no rationale. If you, I mean, that's the other thing too. It's like you want to teach kids from early on like what justice is and stuff like that, and equality before the law. And so that's the wrong way to do it, because that's just going to give them a bad taste in their mouth. It's like, whatever happens, it's like it gives them the idea. It's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So it's like, well, if I defend myself, I get in trouble. If I don't defend myself, I still get in trouble. And it's like, what are you teaching your children now?
Yeah.
What does that teach kids? Like they never stop to think that shit. Like, what is that fundamentally at an individual level of the student? What does that teach the kid?
Yeah, I teach my daughter. My daughter is 5. My son is 2. My daughter is obviously in preschool now, or not preschool, but she's in kindergarten now, and I teach her all the time. You don't go jump on anybody. However, if someone jumps on you, you defend yourself,
Mhm.
and you let me sort the shit out. If you're in the wrong, we're going to have issues. If you are not in the wrong and you defended yourself, well, me and the school are going to have issues. Because it's complete bullshit that this zero tolerance, where you can't, no, wait a second. If someone jumps on me, the right to self-defense should be built into every child at an extremely young age.
Yeah, and it's not. It's not.
If
That's
you're
what I'm saying. What are you teaching them kids, man? You're basically teaching them to be fucking victims.
Yeah, and that is it. And I don't agree with that. I agree with, if you're on the playground and some kid punches you in the face for no reason, you beat that little son of a bitch's ass. And he learns, don't punch people in the face for no reason, and you learn how to defend yourself.
Or just homeschool your kids because state schools are basically prisons.
Oh, they are, dude. If I could homeschool mine, I would do it in a hurry. I just at the point I'm in right now, I can't. Sending my little girl to school at 5 years old, especially with all the COVID shit and all the other stupid shit schools have done, dude, that tore me up. And they want them, even here in Alabama, they want them wearing masks and all this shit. I've dropped her off forever without a mask. If you wanted to wear a mask, motherfucker, give her one, because you guys can fuck off, because I'm done with this. I was done with this when it started, much less now. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I think, was it 2020 they started that shit? Yeah, I sent a letter to my daughter's school. I was like, yeah, I'm taking her out. I'm gonna homeschool her. So I homeschooled her for a year and a half. So
if I was in a position where I could homeschool mine, I would definitely do it.
I'd still be homeschooling her, but she wanted to go back to actual school, and I was like, okay. Well, I mean, she's like 11, 12 years old. I think she can make that decision.
Yeah, she's getting to the point where she's making some decisions for herself.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of my issue was with the younger kids. Okay, you take in a lot of information from people's lower part of their face. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of your social interaction, what the mouth is doing, all that.
So you pick up social cues and stuff like that. Yeah.
And we have robbed, at least for the last couple of years, we have robbed children from learning that shit.
Yeah, I had heard recently that there are studies coming out where I don't know the studies, but there's observations from school educators and stuff that some of these younger kids are having developmental problems with like being able to read people's facial expressions and stuff like that. because and they're having problems like developmental problems like developing their language and stuff like that, because a lot of times little kids they watch how people say the word, and when you got a fucking mask on your face all day, the kid cannot see how you say the word with your mouth, so they can't mimic it, you know.
Yeah.
So
There's
now they're developmentally challenged as far as socialization. Their development hindered by inside their words and stuff like that, being able to talk and speak and shit. It's just fucking.
It's
all because a bunch of old fucks didn't want to die fast enough. You know, they're afraid to die.
It's absolutely ridiculous, and it has been since the start of this shit. Especially when it comes to younger children, or hell, from birth to 40 years old, who were the least affected by COVID. Why are we robbing them of anything? The majority of your COVID deaths were all older people, people with pre-existing conditions, diabetes.
Most of them were fucking boomers.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: like boomers, like some of the boomer generation is like the most. Is probably the most selfish, self-centered fucking generation that's ever come in recent human history. They to me, like they basically climb the ladder to the top, and they look down and they kick that motherfucker out for everybody else pretty much.
Yeah. Especially when you take that argument, you look at the politicians we have in office right now. That's a perfect fucking analogy.
All I have to say to that though is that I hope they need to find the fucking cheapest retirement home you can and stick all these motherfuckers in there.
Oh shit, man. Retirement homes? No. Fuck. We need to put them in insane asylums and just feed them fucking God knows Thorazine every day of the rest of their life. Something, anything. And the biggest thing is people still vote for these bastards.
Yeah, because most people were low information voters.
Yeah. They're headline readers. They read a headline. They see a
and that's
story.
That's on both sides. That's on both sides of it too.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, dude. It's not just one. It's both. It's if you just wanted to split it up in between left and right, which is the easiest way to boil down the argument. Yeah, the vast majority of both sides are only going to read a headline or hear the first part of the story. They're not going to ask questions and not going to dive into the argument.
Well, here's my thing. It's like I've never understood like the two-party system because of so much variation to individuals and what they're looking for, and like their values and stuff like that. Because we're such a diverse. Because like we're the most diverse country in the world, yet we have like a two-party system. Like Canada's got like 4 or 5 or some shit like that, and like they're mostly all Canadians, you know. And it's like they're nowhere near as diverse as we are, but yet they have like 3, 4, 5, political parties, and we only have 2.
The
two major
issue,
ones.
A two-party system. And our founders warned against shit like that.
Yeah, they didn't even want a party system. That kind of went out fast, though.
Yeah, but human psychology says you are going to be with a group, one way or the other. You're going to be part of that herd. There are very few people like me, yourself, Bacon, Morningstar, a lot of other guys that are going to ask the questions to trigger a thought process that leaves us to be individuals. Humans are not individuals.
All right.
We tend to go with a group that agrees with us.
Yeah, but I understand that, but like even then, there's so much diversity of culture inside this country that like you'd think there'd be a lot more. There'd be more diversity in inside political parties too. Like you'd have like you know, you'd have like a conservative party, and you'd have like a lib, you know, a libertarian party, and then you'd have like a different party, like I don't know what the fuck you call them, just like a neo-lib party or something like that. You know, you have like a green party for the tree huggers and the dorks.
That diversity is actually built into the two-party system that we have. And again, I'll use you guys as an example. Okay, I might vote Republican, and in a lot of cases I have. But now, do I agree with a lot of the stuff on the Republican platform? No, I don't. But they're the speed bump that can at least slow the left down. Now, when you get to the left, you have the ultra extreme fucking living mud hut, fucking no power people to the union. Hey, we got to support the worker party. So all of that is there. We just have it condensed down into a two-party system. Whereas Canada might have it broken up into like 5 different parties.
Mm-hmm.
Diversity is there.
Yeah, it's just, it's the way you framed it. It's like, the conservative party is just less shittier than they're just less shittier than the other one. It's like
that's the choice that we end up with. Pretty much every election cycle, that's the choice we end up with. Who is the less shitty of the choices? Instead of who is the better of the choices?
Well, it should be like which party or group better represents my ideas and my my thinking of the way shit should go. You know, like my standards and stuff like that. That's the way people should be thinking. It's like which group represents that the best.
Well, and I will say this to my dying day. The worst thing that people who love freedom ever did is we left the educational system in the United States to the left. That's about the best way I can boil down the argument.
Well, I think it's taking a step further. We let the state take over the education of kids.
Oh, yeah, and that is most of it is the left. Because those of us who are freedom-loving people, we consider ourselves conservatives. We don't want the government involved in our lives. The left,
honestly, I don't even consider myself a conservative, man. Like I'm more like, well, it depends on what you're trying to conserve.
Yeah.
Man.
That's a lot of it.
I just want to start like a degeneracy political party.
What it just needs to be a freedom party. I'm a person who believes gay, straight, whatever. Yeah. I don't give a shit what you do.
I don't give a shit about that stuff. I'm not gay or straight. I'm not fucking gay or anything like that.
To me, it all involves my rights and your rights. Okay, my rights end at your nose. Your rights end at my nose. In other words, I don't have the right to use undue force against another individual. If you use undue force against me and you get shot in the fucking face, well, I have the right to defend myself.
Oops, fuck around, find out.
Yeah. Like Thomas Sowell, Walter Williams, it all comes down to property rights. So the government shouldn't have the power over me to enforce a lot of this shit.
No, they shouldn't. Like they shouldn't have the authority to compel you to do that stuff.
Yeah, it should be on the individual.
Bacon. Clearly, I've never heard of Smith's Rule of Two.
What the hell is Bacon talking about?
It's the Matrix. It's a Matrix reference. Yeah. Well, I have heard of the Rule of Two, but it wasn't Smith's Rule of Two. Is Bacon's mustache Rule of Two.
I'm still saying, man, Bacon's mustache did fucking stunt doubles and goddamn super troopers, and I'm pretty I did suggest last night that he should send
he
me.
should teach his mustache to do sign language. So
If I could find the shirt right now, I would send it to Bacon, and it said, "This mustache leaves at midnight. Be on it." I'm gonna send that fucking shirt to Bacon if I can ever find it.
I want to find him a Ramathorn T-shirt.
Oh, that would be perfect. Car Ramrod.
Car Ramrod, yeah. Car Ramrod. Oh,
Yeah,
my
Morning
God.
Star, red pill, blue pill, same fucking difference at this point. I mean, when it comes to, say, and I hate the terminology, red pill, it comes down to people who like freedom and people who don't. That's the best way I can boil that argument down. And then the black pills, and I'm close to a black pill, I guess. That's just
there's another parallel to that, and it's called RK theory.
There's
been around
Bacon.
for a while. Oh, there he is.
RK theory. I haven't heard that in a while.
Well,
Bacon,
I
are
didn't-
you
I didn't
on
put it-
What's that?
Are you on the road? Are you driving right now?
Yeah, I'm headed home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mark fucking died like 2 hours early. So I'm 2 hours behind on drinking.
Oh, well, damn the bad luck. You got to drink enough to catch up.
Shit, I know. Fucking hell. Oh, boy. Yeah, my autocorrect fucked up. I was trying to say the rule of two.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is it Sith? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's basically equal and opposite reactions.
I haven't watched Star Wars stuff in a long time, dude. Forgive me.
If you, a buddy of mine got me started on a book series. What the fuck is it? Galaxy's Edge. If you want to listen to like Star Wars with some balls to it, Galaxy's Edge is fucking amazing. If you're into like
sounds like a stripper's name or something.
Oh no, dude! This fucking book is insane.
Sounds like a stripper's drugs.
No, imagine R2-D2 with like a homicidal fetish, and that dude's in this fucking book.
That's
it's
nice.
fucking amazing. It's insane. Yeah, he got me started on that fucking book series. I spent God knows how much money listening to that shit.
It's the grift, man.
Oh, dude, it's fucking great.
Track balls. What the hell?
Yeah, if any of you guys are looking for a book series to listen to, Galaxy's Edge.
Does it have
That
pictures?
No, well, it's on. I listen to it on Audible because I listen to it while I'm
Okay.
working or doing other shit. And that allows me to do something outside of the normal shit.
I just like color. I like coloring the pictures with crayon.
Oh, I'm sure they've got books where you can color shit in. It's fucking great. Come on to another book series now. But, Galaxy's Edge, that shit's fucking outstanding.
Do they have any books that you could do connect the dots?
Oh, they're my
No,
favorite.
I don't do those a whole lot. I'm a welder. I connect the dots all the damn time. You got to run to this point to that point. It's constantly connect the dots. You're just doing it with fucking molten metal.
That's a good point.
You should see my welding pattern, Coop. It'd make you fucking just cry. It's horrible.
Sure.
It's fucking.
It depends on what I'm welding at the point that just makes me.
Oh, that's true. Like, I mean, it can be like angle iron. It doesn't matter. It's horrible. I haven't done it in like 15, 20 years. So. Shit.
God, how long goes my welding class?
I don't know. Is welding one of those kind of skill sets that like if you don't use it, you lose it?
Yeah, it is.
Perishable?
I mean, yeah, it's perishable like anything else. Like
That sucks.
there's only so many times a year I get to do certain processes where I'm at. So when I get to that point, it'll take me, I don't know, a week or so, 2 weeks to get back to where I'm at. And then I can really get into it. But yeah, it's like any
Oh,
other
wow.
skill. If you don't use it, your dexterity goes away.
Oh, okay. So it's kind of like with firearms and shit too.
Yeah, it's the same thing. If you're not drawing constantly, dry firing, if you're not on a range, if you don't do that for a few months and then you get out to the range, you're like, oh shit, man, I don't feel right. This doesn't fit. Yeah, it's awkward. Yeah, welding's the same way. It would be like hell if you didn't drive for a year and all of a sudden you jump back in a car. You're like, oh wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, I can do this.
So you're trying to pull out on the highway. It's like, well, those cars are going really fast.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
Well, that sucks ass.
If Bacon took a year off from driving a truck, he could still do it. But when you initially get back in that truck, you're having to familiarize yourself with shit.
I disagree. He just get his mustache to do the driving.
Well, that might be true. I'm just saying it's Bacon.
I don't know what he'd do for like the pedals because his legs and stuff.
Well, I'm surprised he can push a clutch with those legs.
He probably has to like get like pushed down on his knee with his arm like this and just like so he get enough force for his foot to push down on the pedal. kind of like an assist.
I haven't been on for 10 fucking minutes, man. Jesus Christ.
Bacon just uses his dick to work the pedals. That's what it is.
There you go, yeah.
He just drops a couple of Viagra. He can use that hard motherfucker to push all the shit he needs.
Oh, Viagra, that shit gets expensive quickly, man. From what I hear.
At least you won't get the transmission pregnant. That's a good thing.
I don't know. I've heard with Bacon's fucking prowess, he could probably knock up a Mack truck. That's how they ended up with Volkswagen bands.
Damn. The Cracker Jack box?
Yep.
That's one Autobot you never saw, a Volkswagen van.
No, dude. If you go back to the original Autobot, look at Ironhide. He was like a fucking VW van. He wasn't a VW, but he was like a fucking minivan. He was the worst transformer out of the fucking group.
Ironhide was? Well, yeah.
His face was like a fucking windshield. It was horrible. I still remember that thing. It was fucking horrible.
You're fucking traumatized over that shit, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Damn, man. They couldn't have done anything else better for him. But yeah, he was fucking, yeah. It was horrible.
Oh, yeah. I went through that.
Fans. Yeah, it was traumatizing.
Yeah, I went to that YouTube link on Dark's stream yesterday. Yeah, about it, and it was explaining about the silencers or the suppressors.
Oh yeah, dude.
That's just I don't understand that either. 'Cause that's like a safety device, right? Why?
Well, they're basically saying that the ATF is saying.
Why is that even on an ATF? Why is that even on the NFA list?
Because Democrats. That's why.
That's weird, man.
See, because the NFA, even though they use the interstate commerce law, is only supposed to regulate firearms. Okay, a firearm should be something where you can press a trigger and discharge a round. Suppressors, you can't pull a trigger and discharge a round. So no, they shouldn't even be there in the first place. But they're basically saying that
That's just them like retconning the definition and just changing stuff up again.
yeah, and then that's what it is. Because they're basically saying if you bought a mag light, which has threads on one end, threads on the other end, that the tube from the mag light is a suppressor. And if you didn't form for that mag light body before you purchase it, that you can't form it to make a suppressor out of it.
Yeah, I was listening to that part. That part too is like they were using like the Home Depot plumbing department as an example. It's like, and I was listening to that, I'm just like, dude, it's like the one part that's kind of scary is like the intent part. It's like if you cut a 6-inch piece of galvanized tube or a piece of galvanized tube and you cut it in 6-inch length, it's like, you're technically breaking the law, dude. It's like
if you buy
technically you can now you might need that 6-inch piece of galvanized pipe for something else, completely something different. But it's like if they, the ATF shows up and you got a bunch of those laying around your house or in your shed somewhere, your garage, like they can be like, oh yeah, well this looks like you're trying to manufacture suppressors. You could be doing it for anything else. You'd be like making a Tin Man or some shit like that. It's like, no, but they can definitely hook you up and take you in while they sort it out. And it's like,
and then they're going to charge you $1,000.
That's what I don't like, man. I don't. I'm just, and I think here's the thing. Like, I think the language that they're using is, I think it's a feature, not a bug too. Like they're just wanting to use the most broad language and nebulous language that they can, just to get people in trouble.
Morningstar is perfect right here. Morningstar talking about he wants to get an ATF agent on the stand and ask them the question: how do you get a suppressor to shoot a bullet without using another firearm?
Right.
Yeah, dude, you're 100%.
So why is stuff like this not being why is it not being like contested in court?
Well, some of it has, but you're looking at going through the court systems, which generally you have a mix of legal minds who are not firearms literate, who uphold this shit. And that's a lot of what it comes down to. That's the reason that Joe Biden is appointing so many judges to circuit courts right now. People don't realize that the Biden administration is putting hundreds of judges on circuit courts, so that they can actually make decisions like this. Oh, you had a fucking freeze plug for an engine. Well, that freeze plug could be a suppressor baffle, so you get to go to jail.
That's what worries me, man. It's like they don't even, they're just making up shit to like mess with people now.
Yeah, and then
I wasn't even aware of that whole appointing judges thing. That whole appointing judges thing, man.
Yeah. Dude, I
didn't know about that until tonight.
Time on goddamn Congress.gov or looking at the Senate Judiciary Committee. I spend way too much time looking at that shit. When I get up in the morning, I get to work. There are a couple of things I go through. I check my email. I will bring up Congress.gov to check what's going on and bring up a couple of judiciary committees. That's my normal morning while I'm drinking my coffee.
Yeah, I think like you'd probably be better off psychologically just watching like hardcore midget porn.
Oh yeah, dude, I'd love me some midget porn.
Like just like hardcore, like beating the shit out of a midget and then banging the hell out of him.
And the more
kind of porn.
donkeys, the better.
That would be a
all
lot better for your, or like the donkey show, just like endless loop of donkey show.
Yeah, it would be way more.
That'd be
healthy
better on you
for mental
psychologically.
status. Yeah,
Mhm.
it really would be. But living in the world we live in, I still watch my midget porn, and then I do gun shit on the side. So,
You do like 50 push-ups and 50 sit-ups.
dude, I seriously do need to get my fat ass back to the goddamn gym for sure.
Well, it's all that goddamn midget porn slowing you down, buddy.
Hey, look, when your hands are this slippery, you can't hold weights. I'm just saying, you will fucking kill yourself. You know, you try to do a fucking and then it's all of a sudden hitting you in the throat.
Yeah, you ever try to shake weight? You ever try that?
No, but I tried a fleshlight.
A fleshlight?
But I had it on a shake weight. Or was it
Oh,
the
wow.
other way around? I'm pretty sure it was one of the two.
There you go.
I remember those shake weights came up. I thought it was the goofiest shit ever.
It is the goofiest shit ever, dude.
Oh, it is.
It's almost as goofy as Tybo.
Oh God.
You guys are old enough to see all the fucking infomercials that came out. The fucking shake weight, the fucking
Thigh Master? You see that in summer?
fucking Thigh Master.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna squeeze this shit with my thighs, and I'm gonna be so skinny. Put the fucking donut down, bitch. It ain't helping you. I'm just saying.
That's why they came with the Thigh Master. You know, so you could eat donuts while you're using it.
It doesn't help if you use
Free.
Thigh Master and you got fucking like 47 Krispy Kremes going in your face for every stroke. It just ain't doing your ass. That's like the fat bitch at the buffet getting a fucking Diet Coke. Bitch, just go all out. You already got 4 million calories on your plate. The fucking Coke ain't hurt.
Like, you know you want to do it, just do it. Jeez.
Yeah.
Hey, Diet Coke, no ice.
Hey, you know, I've seen them
Diet
fucking
Coke, no ice.
There was a fucking I can't remember who posted the fucking video. There's this bitch. She's at least 350 pounds. Talking about her mom told her
Ooh,
she ate sugar.
that's like three decent size. That's like three decent chicks right there, man. It's a lot of weight.
But she was talking about her mom told her if she ate a sugar, she could drink a Diet Coke and cancel the shit out. Apparently, no one explained physics to this bitch because, goddamn, I'm just saying you can't fit that amount of fucking weight in a single form without causing some issues.
Yeah, when I start bring back fat shaming.
Look, if we brought back fat shaming, dude, it would not hurt matters any at all. It might make my fat ass get back to the gym a little bit.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Morningstar, yes. The Congress website, congress.gov, has every bit of evidence for their crimes. Everything is there. It's a historical record. You are 100% right.
Oh shit. Let me see. Eat unless we consider promoting mental illness nowadays. It's not even just how much you eat, it's what you eat too. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
kind of important.
Dude, if you're eating stuff, I know a bunch of people that have done a lot of keto stuff in the last couple of years. So they're eating massive amounts of meats and fats and stuff like that. All the shit that the FDA tells you that you shouldn't eat. And they're healthier than they've ever been.
Oh, yeah.
Out anything that basically turns to sugar in your body. and they're freaking insanely healthier than what they were.
Oh yeah, I mean, not on am I on that side myself? I mean, I've been studying nutrition, not too much lately, but I've been studying nutrition for years now, and I've got several articles written up about a lot of this stuff. Like the whole bacon causes cancer thing. What actually causes metabolic metabolic syndromes. Debunking a bunch of different debunking a bunch of different things. Including, hey, did you ever hear they were saying like what was it? Bacon causes mania or something like that.
Man, I've heard a few things like that. And it's all complete horseshit. So
Dude, that was the funniest goddamn thing ever, man. I had so much fun writing against that. It's like it was the perfect example to show like what propaganda looks like.
oh yeah, it is. And it's been that way forever. And our government, our statists, whether they're right or left, they know how to push a narrative. And the majority of people, I will say that, the majority of people never ask the question why. So they never do the research on their own. They don't think for themselves. And they just eat that shit up wholeheartedly.
Yeah, you're right. And it's like you said, most people just kind of like they're like headline readers, or just
Yeah.
they don't think beyond no, they don't think beyond what I guess you could at least call just surface information.
Yeah. And
They just think what to get on TV is just as fact.
yeah, and you're 100% right, man. It's all surface information. They never get below the skin. They never do a little bit of a deeper dive in it. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna end this here. I'm gonna kick all you guys out, and I got to be up in about 3 hours. So,
Oh boy.
yeah, same old same, man. I'm an insomniac, so it doesn't matter. So you guys all take it easy, and I am going to go try to get me some sort of sleep, and I got to hopefully shoot it for a few more videos tomorrow. So you guys take it easy. Morning, Bull, Bacon, anybody still left in this damn joint?
Yep.
Love you all. Mean it. Bob, I am out. And all you perps, because that's what I'm calling you all from now on, all you perps, be cool.
Will do, man. Have a good night.
You too, guys.
Later.